Okay. Should be live. Should be recording. Do I see myself on Twitch? Yes. Do I hear myself on Twitch? Blah. Blah. All right. Beautiful. All right. Well, I think we are live. I really think we are here. Let's see. All right. Well, welcome, everyone. I don't see any viewers yet, but there may be some. Welcome, everyone, to Terrible JavaScript Game Development. I am your host, Jared. Yeah, this morning, it's kind of crazy. I had kind of a crazy holiday weekend with family. It is we had Thanksgiving, American holiday on on Thursday. So it was camera having trouble focusing there. It was good, but it was crazy, and now I'm back to this, thinking about, yeah, I really haven't looked at code and since end of the stream on Tuesday, looked at our Populus code. So I do know what we were working on right up at the end, and I know what we need to fix. But nonetheless, and I did just so happen to notice one bad thing here this morning. So at the end of the day on Tuesday, we were kind of testing things out. We were testing out our new mouse input buffering. I'll say buffering. It's not really buffering, but well, it kind of is. It kind of is buffering. We're basically on the client side, we're limiting the amount of mouse updates we're sending to the server for a multiplayer game with Populus. So we've limited it to 60 times a second. Because I figure in most cases, most players wouldn't be able to send any more than that anyway. Just because of most people are on 60 hertz screens, and I'm using the request animation frame in order to update my canvas. And when I do it that way, basically it locks your loop into whatever your refresh rate is for your monitor, your desktop refresh rate. So since the vast majority of people will be on 60 hertz monitors, I figured let's just do that. It's I myself am on a 120 hertz monitor, so I can send more mouse updates per second, but I figure we might as well just limit that. And the other thing too is if you have the console open, if you open the browser console, it kind of omits whatever the mouse updates stop running once per frame, and they start running. Like you can see here, I had this little debug thing that just prints our mouse updates per frame. And if you look, you can see it kind of goes up to 8. Like when I'm moving the mouse pretty readily there, pretty continuously, you can see it's pretty much on 8. It kind of clicks down. So the reason why it's at 8 is because I'm on a 120 hertz screen, So my window is refreshing 120 times a second, and my mouse is 1,000 hertz. So you're dividing those 1,000 hertz out by 120, and you kind of get about 8 mouse updates a frame. So like if I close the console, now it's just set at 1. Our number there is 1, or 0, 0 if I stop moving the mouse. And that's just part of that request animation frame API, I guess. I haven't found any official documentation on that, but that's just the effects that I've observed. And I'm curious if running the full 1,000 hertz, like when we open the console, is like a bug on Chrome side. So I haven't really tested any of that. But nonetheless, I discovered, well, so there's one issue that we were going to get started on trying to figure out what was wrong. With I already kind of know what the issue is, and I'm trying to balance sending the mouse movements and mouse clicks, and I'm sending those individually to the server, but those are kind of getting processed on a fixed refresh. But the one issue that I've found is that we're having a problem where, okay, so where's that? Where are we actually sending those? Oh, here we go, right up at the top here. So we've got on cursor move and on cursor down. So we've got our 2 functions to do that. And we're adding those inputs to the outgoing input queue, and we just add all of those. And then we have a function here that runs every. Oh, maybe it's up here. No, where is this? Come on. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Okay, so yeah, don't have it as its own separate function. So then once we start a match, the outgoing input queue gets set up to run every 1/60th of a second. That's what this number would be down here. And then we, let's see. Yeah, so we process each mouse input event that happened on the client in one of those 60-second intervals. So however many mouse inputs happened since our last update, there might be a couple, there might be one, there might be, in the vast majority of cases, there's just going to be one mouse input event. And then we simply, we call shift each on our queue, which is the queue is a little object I created myself. And we pull each input event out of the front, out of the top of the array. The first element out first, basically, is what's happening here. So we can pull all of those input events out, and then we just simply, let's see, we've got cursor move or cursor down, and then we have latest cursor move, latest cursor down. So the problem is when the cursor goes down, the cursor could go down inside of a bubble. So like just inside of a bubble, and that would be good, right? But maybe the cursor move that happened, maybe there was a cursor move that happened just after that. So like the player really did have a valid bubble pop, but then they, obviously from a momentum of moving the cursor moved just outside of the bubble for the next, mouse input update, right? Which is totally fine, totally valid. That'll happen. But the problem is the server is not looking at any positions when the cursor went down. It's checking, it's basically storing a state of the player's cursor position from the move, and then using that latest move position, that position from the latest movement, and using that as what it's going to process when the cursor went down. So in that case, if the latest movement was just outside the bubble, the cursor down was actually technically in the bubble. The server's going to say, no, you missed. And then the server's going to throw that as a mistake. And currently I don't have any way for the server to say, oh, no, this is what you should be doing now, client. You made a mistake or whatever. And technically you didn't make a mistake. Like, the client's right. The client's just sending data slightly differently. And then the server is, processing the data that it's getting in that way. So I need to kind of figure out a better way to do that, is basically what this is coming down to. And one thing we might actually do for this is send timestamps. I don't know. I don't know if that's what we want to do. And then that way so that's not even the first part. Or that wouldn't even solve the problem yet. But we might end up doing that. We'll see. So but I just noticed one other problem. Just trying to refamiliarize myself with what exactly I was doing. And we are logging everything on the client and the server, so we can find when those discrepancies happen, which is really nice. Basically, whenever the player pops a bubble, we see what bubble is popped and what the new target bubble is, and then we see the new bubble that's generated, because we're always generating bubbles ahead. Currently just 8 bubbles ahead, and sending those down to the client on the server side. So then the server's logging, oh, the player popped this bubble, now the new target is this bubble. We generated the new bubble that's 8 ahead of that one, of the past one. And then the client is basically doing the same thing right here, where we're seeing popped this bubble, target is now this bubble, and then bubble received. So when it receives that new bubble, it's logging that from the server. So that's great. That's great. And when you make a mistake, it also shows when the player made a mistake. So like we see here, a couple mistakes. Mistake, target is now 17. So we had player popped 17, target is now 18, but then the player made a mistake, so we show mistake, target is now 17. And the server, we should see that same thing. Oh, yes. And now, okay, now I remember where I was kind of leaving off. Yes, mistake, target is now 31. Yeah, there were a few more things I wanted to log to kind of make sure that everything looked good. But I just realized I think there's a problem here, because if player popped bubble 61 all the way at the end, we're showing that the player popped 67 bubbles, and I think I know I think I know why that is. So that's something I want to address just right away. Because I think we're counting bubble pops, and we might not be like reversing that count when the player makes a mistake, is my guess. So all the mistakes the player made, here we're logging 9 mistakes. The math doesn't quite line up. 9 mistakes, but 61, that's only 6. I don't know. We'll have to look at that. But I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I know, I just started. We've only been going not even 15 minutes. I'm sorry, I just don't plan things very well. I like to stay hydrated. All right. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate it. All right, so, oops. So first off, let's look at this bubble counting issue, because I think this will be somewhat of a fairly straightforward fix, maybe. Let's try. Just do a refresh here. Let's do a single player game. I want to see if it's an issue on the single player. So I've popped. Oh, I'm logging everything, so that's nice. So let's make a couple mistakes and just go back. And again, what we did on, I believe what we did on last Tuesday was we added it now so that anytime you make a mistake, you always have to go back and pop the last bubble that you previously popped. Unless, of course, you haven't popped any bubbles, like at the beginning of the game, then nothing happens. But it still counts as a mistake. Okay, so popped 6. Target is now 7. Yeah, so that's good. We made some mistakes. We went back, blah, 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 blah. So that looks good. That was just a single player game there. So let's look at a multiplayer game. Oops, there we go. Okay, we'll just refresh the clients. So then on just one, let's just try popping a few, making some mistakes. So we are doing pop 10, target is now 11. Yeah, so then we see 10 here. Let's let the time run out. Oh, that only said 7. Bubbles popped 11. Okay, we do have a little discrepancy there. For one, this client didn't even get, like at the end, they get the right numbers. Yeah, and if you pop bubble 10, you what? Now these are in sync. I totally said like 7 here. And then it Okay. Okay. Yes. So I'm not too sure why. Okay, so we went, popped 11, target is now, popped 11, target is now 12. So if you pop bubble 11, target is now 12. If you pop bubble 11, that means you popped 12 bubbles, because the first bubble is bubble 0. So when you pop bubble 0, you have popped 1 bubble. But now we're showing I popped 18 bubbles, and obviously we didn't get anywhere near that. So let me try this again. Try another game. Let's just do 1, 2. Let's make a mistake. I guess this would be 3 then, technically. Actually, let me set the time length way down. Let's just do 10 seconds. Give me enough time to test this. All right. So now our match should only be 10 seconds long. 1, 2, make a mistake, 3. So now let's say we've popped 3 bubbles is the question at the end. Yes, okay, so that's the issue. And that seems to be just a server-side issue, I believe. Neris, hi, what's up, Neris? What's going on? Not a whole lot going on here. Just I found a couple of bugs. I say not a whole lot, but actually a lot is going on right now. Yeah, what's going on with you, Neris? Did you finish streaming, or are you about to start streaming? Yes. So obviously this counting, I know the counting and stuff was working fine before. So it's just something now with the way that we are. Let me test another thing here real quick. It's just something with the way we are the way we, now that we've gone back and had the bubble come back, the previous pop bubble come back when you make a mistake. Since we've added that in, there's obviously some bugs that we still have to work out with that. So let's look at, also I know I saw the wrong count. Now I'm doing these 10-second matches. Well, okay, first let's just address this one issue. So let's just see if we can figure out why. So on, yeah, I guess what the problem is we are doing, let's see, where are the stats? So that would be under end. The stats would be under match end match. Match.end match. What? Where is that? Oh, I'm looking on the client. Ugh. Yes, I usually try to keep my client code here in this pane and keep my server code here just for keeping my sanity. Obviously, that didn't help at all. Neris, nah, I actually figured it would be better if I don't stream the project I'm working on, and I don't really want to stream anything else. Gotcha. Is it you don't want to stream it because it's kind of like secret, you can't stream it, or what's going on with the camera there? Come on. Hello. Focus. Or is it just kind of like boring to stream? Because I get that way sometimes with things. I don't like to stream things when I really have to like think deeply about something, like, or like, you know what I mean? Like algorithmic things, like where I really have to like think hard about how I want to implement something or architect something. Like I feel like that's stuff I don't like streaming, because I really don't want to. It's like all my brain power is going to that and not to talking, so it's like it would just be boring. I'm working on reviving an abandoned game, which is not mine. It can be complicated in legal terms. Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. It's cool that you're that you're working on that. That's awesome, actually. There are a lot of cool games that have been lost to time, for sure. And it's sad. Come on. What's going on, camera here? Can it really not focus on me? Focus. All right, well, I assume the camera will fix itself. So, okay, so now that I'm actually looking in the right place here, I'm looking in the right file. Yes, we have our end match method in our match object. So this is where I should get the stats. So the stats were wrong. Like our number, the number that we were showing on the client is during the game is fine. So like this number, the counts here are fine, right? But then, did I make any mistakes in this one? I'm pretty sure that said 1 and 3. But now, I think the problem here is this. So what we're doing is, at the end of the match, we're sending the stats down to the client, and we're sending these pop the bubble count numbers, which I kind of feel like maybe we should. I don't know if we need these anymore. If we need to keep track of that. Because what I was doing before was I would just loop over at quit time, at match end time. You would just loop over each player. Loop over their bubble states and see which ones are popped. So you like just calculate that pop the bubble count on the fly. Man, is the camera really having like this much trouble focusing? I keep looking over and I look really blurry. Come on. Is there like I see like a little piece of dust on the frame there or something. I don't know if that's. Yeah, a very vague guy. What are you talking about? Oh, look at that. Focused. You mean with the camera blurry? Did I really do something that made it focus there by blowing on it? Yep. Well, I keep like looking over at my, because the blurry, it's hard to tell if it's blurry or if it's like, if it just looks low res, but then I look at like in my OBS or my Streamlabs window here, and I see like my font and my text and everything is really crisp. And I'm like, oh yeah, the camera's just blurry. Because OBS would not be showing a low bitrate video or something like that on my own machine. Okay, so yeah, so this is the problem here, this popped bubble count. So I don't even know why we're using it exactly. We might be able to get rid of it. Oh, we've got this dumb thing here. Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at that. So here, it's all good now. Yeah, it looks fine. I don't know what. I still see like a little speck of something on the lens, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. So let's look at this popped bubble count. Because for whatever reason, we are we're incrementing that. Pop the bubble count. Okay, so we've got 6. Anywhere we touch that should be in this file. So we've got 6 places where it's used. 4 of them are here in the stat part, where we're getting the player's bubble count and the opponent's bubble count. Pop the bubble count. Okay, so here we're incrementing it. And I would wager we're not decrementing it at all. So that is the problem. Yes. So are we using it anywhere else for anything? Because that's what's making me think, like, maybe why do I even need it? Let's just check here. So let's do a big project-wide search here. Popped bubble count. I don't think there's anything on the client that has that. Oh, there's a couple things, but okay, so on the server, we've got 2 things. Are these the 6 things here? Wait, what is my popped bubble count? Oh, okay. Let's just make sure we do dot popped bubble count. Yeah, you know what? I don't think we need this at all. Because basically I mean, it's slight convenience for the fact of not having to, like, calculate. But I think I might have started using this for something else, but it's kind of like now I'm just having issues where I'm adding more, like, state variables that really don't need to be used, because I'm not like reading it at all except for generating the stats. Yeah, this is the only spot here where we're setting my popped. What is that colon supposed to be? Dot popped bubble count. Dot popped bubble count. Oh, the colon is that. Okay, it's just the line is cut off. Yeah, we're reading it for the stats, which is what these 2 lines should be. And again, I wish VS Code would, like, tell me those lines, but that's what this part is. So we're reading it for the stat generation, and that's it. And I really don't think that's it. Otherwise we're incrementing it and incrementing it, but we're not reading it anywhere. We're not saying if the popped bubble count is something. We're not doing anything with it. So I'm going to whack it. We're going to get rid of it here. So I'm going to remove it from this player match state object. I'll comment it out. We'll comment it out. We'll test it, and then if everything's good, we'll call it good. So okay. And then back in match, we are going to comment out the increment and the increment up here. So we have the 2 increments because these are our 2 different game modes that we have right now, where we've got the shared bubble mode. So that's why we've got these 2 things. Once I kind of figure out what I want to do for the single player or the multiplayer, we'll probably end up getting rid of that. Okay, so let's do this. Set only at end match, match that. We're going back match for stat calculation. I remember this is exactly what we had before. So we are going to use this variable, but I'm just going to, again, set only, it's going to be 0 all the way until set only at match.end match for stat calculation. Yes. Okay. Sweet. So then we go back to here, and we're going to do just a loop over each player for this dot players dot for each player, and then we are going to do players we might as well do this. Players dot player dot bubble dot match state dot bubble states dot for each bubble, and then we are going to set player dot match state dot popped bubble count plus equals I guess we need to do an if bubble dot popped, then we're gonna increment at that point, I guess. Yeah, I still don't know. I still don't know if that's really... Okay, player, match state, bubble states, bubble state. Oh. Ooh, that's kind of an issue. Badger, dropping the bits. Badger, what's going on? Thanks for the bits. I appreciate it. Badger, dropping more bits. Being very generous there, Badger. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we've got a little bit of a problem here with this popped. Okay, so now I'm starting to realize why I went back and removed the popped bubble thing. Because there is no popped property when you're in shared bubble mode. This popped is not a property when we're in shared bubble mode. So that's really kind of the problem. Speakers are muting themselves. Because I wanna kind of support these two different game modes. And I guess we could just say it wasn't working anyway. The shared bubble mode, bubble counting. So I guess maybe we can just do let's just do that's okay, so that is why we have those individual What about this? Instead of incrementing, decrementing a little thing, we just set anytime we change. Yeah, here's what we should do. Well, no, wait a minute. That doesn't work for. Let's get rid of this. Let's go. We're going to go back to our match state. I'm going to remove this comment. Like we are going to actually set the popped bubble count. But Badger. Hey yo, I've been doing I've been thinking I should get an Audio Technica mic, but I've never done XLR before. Any things I should know? Yes. Because I think you said, Badger, that you have a Yeti. So that has basically what you need. So the Yeti, well, okay. Basically what you need is an audio interface. So basically that is, this is a very simplification of what an audio interface does, but basically it would convert your analog XLR signal from your microphone to USB. And that is not really what, well, all right. There's a couple things you need to keep in mind. So the Audio Technica AT2020 is what I have here. And it is a condenser microphone. So what that means, there are AT20 with the built-in USB interface if you don't want to mess around with those things. That's right, Neris. There are. Very good point. Yes, Badger. What Neris said is good. So then you could have an Audio Technica just like your Yeti. And that would avoid. There's $60 more though. Yes, it would be more, and it would be like a big bulky thing because, again, your microphone takes in an analog audio signal, right? You got to convert that to a digital signal. Well, an audio interface would cost you more than $60. Yes, that's true. And it adds a lot more it adds a lot more technical complications. Like if you're getting the audio, the AT2020, it's a condenser microphone, so you need phantom power. So you need to make sure you got an audio interface with phantom power. And then every time, I always turn my phantom power off. So usually when I start the stream, I forget to turn it on. So there's no audio at first and everybody, whatever. You could leave phantom power on all the time, but it's worth it though, but just saying. I agree. I do. So I'm a little special case because I do guitar. I write and record music and all that stuff. So I have a very big audio interface that fits in a rack. It's like very, very long, and it can take like 18 inputs. Not 18 analog inputs all at one time, but I think it's got 8. I think it's got 8 right up on the front that I can control the input gain for. So I'm not always the best person to ask for what would be the best thing to do for a streaming setup, especially because I had seen the AT2020 powered. Not powered, but with the built-in interface. I mean, what's wrong with your Yeti, Badger? I have the Zoom U44. It's small portable interface with XLR and phantom power. Nice, nice. And does that do... Let me look that up real quick. I do actually want to get a Zoom at some point for actual portable field recording, but... Does it have external power, Neris? I just did a Google search on the U44. Nice. I guess it would have to, because you probably wouldn't do phantom power over USB. I'm pretty sure it's way too much. Yeah, it's 48 volts for phantom power, right? So you would need. You got battery. No, actually, well, yeah, it's battery, but it's got to take like an external power or something, right? DC 5 volts. Okay. USB. I'm just looking at the I/O or all the ports and stuff on it right now. Anyway. No, USB only. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know enough about electronics to know about whatever. Sometimes it just goes into static mode and you have to unplug it from the USB port and plug it back in. Gotcha. It needs power if you feed it with a good old 0.5 amp USB. Gotcha. So basically, you're saying, Badger, that your Yeti is failing you, and you need to replace it, or it's getting annoying, I guess. Yes, sadly. Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to what you'd want. I mean, I'm not an expert on what audio interfaces are out there right now. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. Like, you can, like Neris said, you can kind of have like a field recorder, like a portable field recorder, and use that. Like Zoom has a ton of products like that where they have all their recorders, so you can record to like an SD card on the recorder, but then you can also use it as an audio interface, which is pretty cool. Also, it can work on its own without the batteries, without the PCMe. Yes, exactly, Neris, right? Like Zoom's really good at having these field recorders that also are audio interfaces, that also are whatever. It's really nice. Yes, I really like Focusrite products, so I use I have the first generation Focusrite Scarlett 18i20. But now that streaming is like so popular, I feel like a lot of these companies have released like less like pro audio kind of interfaces. And I mean, you could go, and I always like Focusrite stuff. I mean, oh, they have third generation Focusrite stuff now. What? I see a lot of streamers with like the little 2i2 Focusrite. And it looks like you can get a Gen 3 Focusrite 2i2 for $100, $110 maybe. Yeah, I'm seeing Guitar Center, Sweetwater, B&H, American Musical. Never heard of that. Musician's Friend, all $109.99 USD. Okay, Guitar Center. Yeah, and I like, again, it's probably even overkill for it's got a headphone on the front, right? And like, I don't know what I'm a bad person to ask, because like I use, for me, an audio interface is very important, but for most people it's probably not. Audio-Technica is Beautiful though, sleek. My brother has a whole setup and sounds pretty good. Nice. Well, just steal your brother's setup. You know, that's simple, Badger. Done. Unless he's your older brother, then I don't know if you're gonna get away with that. But yeah, I mean, I hate to say maybe look up some other good interfaces, reviews, whatever, because some of them, even like the Focusrite Scarlett 2i2, might be just a little overkill for what you're looking for, and it's $110. So it's like, if you were saying, yeah, well, I'd like to record guitar and stuff like that, and I've got separate monitors for audio, you know, audio monitors, like, then I would say yes, you probably want something like that. But so this is the one I was talking about here. Let me post the one I was just talking about. Let me see what you're looking at here, Badger. $53. See, there you go. You got phantom power on there. You've got RCA outputs. Yeah, which you probably aren't going to use any. You could use the headphone right on there, but you're probably just going to use whatever your audio output in Windows as whatever speakers you have, I would imagine. Nice. For $53, that's not bad. Is that a lot of high ratings there? I imagine that's a one that a lot of streamers would use. Nice. Yes, there's also a very limited version of the one I have, Zoom U22. If you just want to plug in the mic, it can be an option. Nice, nice. Yeah, what I sent is probably just too much. I mean, for $110, I mean, if you were a musician and wanted to record music, yes, but, and if you had audio speakers that accepted I don't know what I'm trying to say, but all right. Well, let me know. Let us know if you got any other questions, Badger. But it might be worth just like looking up a video, like best streaming audio interfaces or something, because for sure there's people that do nice reviews on that. All right, so the popped bubble count. Again, we haven't even really solved this problem for the shared bubble mode. But what I'm thinking is maybe we do, at least for non-shared bubble mode, for multiplayer mode here, we go to, okay, so here's where I was incrementing. Here's where we were just simply incrementing, player cursor down. But I think that's kind of stupid. Like, I don't know if we really need to just increment that thing. What we need to do is We could just simply, okay, so what is, this is shared bubble mode right here. Yeah, well, all right, hang on. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. And I need to get more coffee. So don't go anywhere unless you really want to. Oh, forgot to unmute there. We are back. That's what I said when I was muted. Okay. So, yes, so this popped bubble count thing, I want to move this to, I want to set this as basically instead of, where's my nifty little diagram here? My handy, yes, okay. Let's take a look at this here. So when we pop, oops. Lotvol, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so when we start the game, our target bubble ID is 0, right? So that's, we're trying to pop bubble 0 first. So we increment target bubble ID every time. And so whatever target bubble ID is, that's technically how many bubbles we popped after we increment it. So we popped bubble 0, so the number of bubbles popped is simply target bubble ID. So wherever we change target bubble ID, I think we should just set the match state to target bubble ID. That's probably what we should do. Let's just do that. So no, that doesn't work for, that works for, okay. We're going to leave that. We're going to leave that for the shared bubble mode. But we can't have that for the non-shared bubble mode. So if we go down here, let's go up, let's go here. And then instead of this, we're just going to, okay. So I think that, whoops, I think that's fine here. We just reassign. Now, the problem is the mistakes. Player made mistake. So if we're not in shared bubble mode, then we do this. And target bubble ID goes down here. So now that's just a matter of we just do this same exact line. Basically. We decrement target bubble ID, and we update that. And where is our end match method? End match, I already got rid of that for each. Okay, so I think we are good here. So if we go here, here, we refresh, we do a competitive mode here. So now 5 bubbles popped. Now we've got 5. So 5 made 6 mistakes. That looks pretty good, I think. I think that's looking pretty good. This coffee tastes a little like a little milky for some reason. Oh, I missed Neris's message up there before. I just realized. Focus rate is great. I was thinking to buy one of those, but at the moment, my current interface has everything I need, even MIDI ports. Gotcha, Neris. I don't know if you're still hanging out, but yes, I really thoroughly enjoy Focusrite products for sure. All right. So, okay, so I think we fixed that issue for right now. And again, the shared bubble mode, the jury's still out a little bit on how we need to handle the shared bubble mode stuff. And actually, I did a little testing. We had some family. My wife and I had some family over for the Thanksgiving weekend from out of town, and I actually had some of them play the shared bubble mode, and I just kind of watched. And I set the bubbles on screen to 2, and I played a little bit of this mode myself. Setting the bubbles on screen to 2 and doing the shared bubble mode actually was kind of interesting. Kind of interesting playing that way. It was more fun than playing like with 4 bubbles on screen, I will say. Neris, what is the shared bubble mode? That is a good question. Yes. I can explain that real quick. So I have, because I'm still not exactly sure what I want the game to, like the multiplayer part of the game. Like I think the single player practice part of the game, like if you just hit play, I feel like this is good. Maybe we just add in some tweaks to, you know, the amount of bubbles on screen or the amount of bubbles on the sidebar. Like I think that's all we really need to tweak for the single player mode, the practice mode, whatever. But for the competitive mode, I'm not so sure exactly. I felt like this individual popping of bubbles on your own pace was kind of boring, I guess. So I wanted to try to come up with an idea to make it a little more interactive between the two players, like a little more interesting. So what I ended up doing was this, what I call the shared bubble mode. So like in this mode, the mode that you currently see here right now, I didn't need to refresh those, but the players see the same bubbles, but like they pop them at their own speed, right? So if I go here and then do this, like they're seeing all the same colors and sizes and positions of bubbles. So that way it's kind of like maximum fairness between the two players. You know, they're not just popping their own random sets of bubbles. They're popping the same bubbles, just at their own pace, basically. But the shared bubble mode is where the players actually pop. So when one player pops one bubble, it actually disappears from the other player. Now, assuming I didn't screw anything up, we can go back to 30 seconds here, I think. I have just like shared bubble mode, we do true. So now if we refresh our clients and we go right into the game, now, like if I pop yellow, it actually disappears. So the players always have like the same state, same bubbles on screen, right? So that's the shared bubble mode. So I'm trying to like, I don't plan to have 2 different game modes actually on the live site, but I'm trying to keep both of them together. I'm trying to like maintain both of them right now for development purposes, so I can kind of test out, you know, different things. So the code is kind of annoying, and I've got like if statements everywhere to kind of separate logic for if you know, if something belongs in the shared bubble mode. You know, if we're in shared bubble mode, you have to do something differently. If you're not in shared bubble mode, you do something else differently. So the code's kind of messy and annoying right now because of that. But nonetheless, I'm keeping it just because I feel like the one game mode's a little too boring, and I feel like this game mode, the shared bubble mode, is a little too frustrating maybe. But what I did over the weekend, 2 days ago, and I tested this out with some family members that were over. I changed this bubbles on screen count to 2, and that made it a little more, I think, a little more fun. So we're still in shared bubble mode, but now we're only going to see 2 bubbles on screen. So like, you know, here we still see that green is the third bubble there, but we're only going to ever see 2 bubbles on screen at once. So that made it a little more manageable, I guess, a little more like less hectic. But yeah, I feel like the jury's still out a little bit on how I want to do things here. Hey, is Nightbot not running right now? No? Okay, it is there. All right. Just looked like Nightbot wasn't there for a moment. Anyway. So, yeah, so that's basically it. That's when I say shared bubble mode, that's what I'm referring to. I know it's annoying to kind of explain it all, but yeah, so I'm still like kind of trying to figure out how I want to do the gameplay with this game for multiplayer. We're probably going to just go live with the not shared bubble mode where the players pop the same bubbles, but they're just kind of popping them at their own pace, right? So that's probably going to be the game mode that we go live with. And then it will be, yeah, I'd like to just kind of come up with some cool way for the players to interact rather than kind of them just popping their own bubbles individually. But I'm just not so sure yet exactly what that will be. So let's, yeah, I think we fixed the issue now where, wait a minute, did we? Did I just do, oh, this is, okay. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is the shared bubble mode we're still on. Okay, I need to go back and change this. All right, we're going back to false, and bubbles on screen. We'll go back to 4. All right, so now we should have fixed the issue with the numbers not calculating properly, the stat numbers not. So if I make like a bunch of mistakes, yeah, I guess let's just care about this player here. All right, so I made a bunch of mistakes, but we have, okay, 13 popped, and target is now 13. We received bubble 21, but this player would have triggered bubble 21 generation. Yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, we pushed all the way up to 26 bubbles there. Popped 12, target is now 13. Popped 13, target is now 14. Mistake, target is now 13. Uh-oh. Okay, we do have one little issue there. Okay, so now let's go back to what I originally wanted to work on. Now that we've been streaming for an hour, 20 minutes. Colin, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Okay. So now the original issue I wanted to work on this morning was that we can get the client and the server can get out of sync. And that is because of our new mouse, the new way we're sending mouse updates to the server. So what's happening is on the client side, I am sending the client side, we're sending mouse updates to the server every 1/60th of a second at intervals of 1/60th of a second. And the problem is that we're ignoring any additional, we're just going to send like the latest input or mouse updates. So like if a bunch of mouse updates happened in that span of that 60th of a second, in my case, with my current setup, with the console open, I could send, I guess, I could generate like 16. Yeah, what would be about 16 mouse updates. So the client is just skipping all those, the first 15 updates, and then just sending that latest 16th update to the server, which I think is good. I think that's what we want. So the problem kind of is that the server is not, so that I'm individually sending cursor movements and cursor clicks, mouse clicks. I call them cursor because so I'm sending those individually. So here I'm sending the latest mouse movement and I'm sending the latest cursor down that happened in that 60th of a second, which that also maybe seems like a bad idea too. Because technically we could skip cursor down events. So what's happening is the server is not actually using, so when I send a cursor down event to the server, it sends the position as well. The position of the cursor at the time of the click. But the server actually isn't using that position. It's using the position that was set by the last movement. So it's got basically the cursor position state. It's like just keeping track of the cursor position from those movement events. And then what ends up happening is when it sees that, takes that latest movement position, and then when it receives a cursor down event, it's firing that cursor down event from whatever the latest mouse position was. So what could happen is you could be moving that cursor really fast and you could have a valid click on the client inside of bubble and pop it on the client, what the client would say is a valid pop. But then maybe, obviously you're moving the mouse real fast, so you clicked inside the bubble in time, but then maybe the next mouse update was just right outside the bubble, because you're moving the cursor quickly. And then the server, what would happen is the server would maybe get, maybe the server would then run, or the client would then send its mouse updates to the server on that 1/60th of a second. And then what it would do is it would send that latest mouse movement from the position that's just outside the bubble, but the cursor click happened inside the bubble. But the server is taking that latest mouse cursor position and using that with the click and then saying, okay, no, that's not. You clicked outside of the bubble because it was using that latest mouse update. So that's kind of a problem. That is a problem. So what I kind of need to do, I'd like to replicate the issue. Nearest, send the current coordinates with the click event. Yes. I actually do already do that. I just don't use them. I know that sounds kind of silly. So that, like you said, that's probably what will happen. I'll probably do that to fix it. But I would like to try to replicate the issue and just confirm that that's exactly what is happening, that this is in fact the issue that I'm having. So the way I need to do that, and I started doing this on last Tuesday, on last Tuesday's stream, and then and we ended up cutting that off. But I started to log. I started logging the radius of the bubbles here. And what I want to do is I want to also log the distance from the cursor to the bubble. And I want to see if that way I can tell when a mistake was made, where that cursor, the distance from the cursor to the bubble that was supposed to be popped. That's what I want to log, because I just want to be able to verify that that is in fact the problem. So where are we doing that on the server? Let's take a look. We're doing that somewhere. Mistake target is now this. Target is now that. Target bubble R was that. Cursor distance was something else. All right, this is kind of annoying. This is going to be actually kind of annoying to test here. Mistake, target is now that. Target bubble radius was 146. Okay, so let's look at player. I guess we should have the player. Don't we have the cursor? Pop the bubble count. How do we get the... Oh, that's right. We're checking. Okay. So what we're doing is we're checking if a bubble is currently traversed. Trying to think what might be the best. Mistake target is now. Okay, let's look at player made mistake. Wrong bubble popped. Player cursor down. Whoops. Okay, so target is now 14. Target bubble R was 146. Let's... Actually, there's not really any way to test if... Cursor just moved out of bounds. Okay. Player, okay. Yeah, maybe what we could do is just... Well, maybe we can keep this. If bubbles, i.inplay bubbles, check traversal. Okay, so we can keep that. Okay, so let's look at player made mistake. I guess we could just say if static circle hit. Okay. All right, I guess I'm just going to do my own little function for calculating the distance, and rather than creating some little helper thing. So I want to do, I guess let's pass the position in here. Cursor position. And if the player made a mistake, wrong bubble popped or pop dead space, I guess we'll send the position, right? Which comes in as pose. Or wait a minute. We don't have that. Okay. How can I test this? I guess what we need to do, actually. Okay, so instead of this, I'm going to create a new little state thing on our player match state. And we are just going to keep the cursor position here. This dot cursor pose equals an object that will be an x0 and a y0 thing. And we're going to update that. So okay, so back in the match, so player cursor moved. All right, so this is where we'll take this position object that comes in, and I think we can actually just use that. BeginBot is rating with a party of 88. What in the world? BeginBot. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much, BeginBot. That is crazy. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome very much. Welcome very much? What? Welcome. Yeah, welcome very much. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys hanging out. And again, thank you, BeginBot. I'm very humbled by this raid. Very much so. Wow. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Never been raided by this many people before. Awesome. Luke Gorilla is now following. Luke Gorilla, thank you very much for the follow. I readily appreciate it. Rocker Boo, look at those guitars. There's a couple guitars back there. Yes, yes. Aqua Funkalistic Booty Wap is now following. Aqua, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Man, this is crazy. TD Jordan is now following. Thank you, TD Jordan. I readily appreciate that follow. Wow. Yeah, Hiko Abby is now following. Thank you, Hiko. Sorry, bad with pronouncing the names. Rocker Boo, thank you, Rocker Boo, for the follow. Sferini, what do you think about the Rust programming language? I actually don't know a whole lot about the Rust programming language. Shines Love has followed. Thank you, Shines Love. BCTPE4HBLU. BCT is now following. Thank you, BCT. I appreciate it. Man, you guys are crazy. This is great. I really appreciate it. Yes, Sphere S Farini. Yeah, I don't really have too much knowledge about Rust. I know there's like a borrow checker or something like that, maybe. But no, I don't have too much. I know it's a relatively recent language, but I don't know too much about it. Well, since all you guys just dropped in here very graciously, and again, thank you, BeginBot, for that. I'll give you a little little spiel on what I'm doing right now. I'm building a little game, little stupid game. F1NCC is now following. Thank you, F1NCC. I really appreciate that. I just dropped the link in the chat there. Populus.gg. That is the link to my little game. You can play it right now, live. You can play the single player right now. We're working on multiplayer. Repuspt has followed. Thank you, Repupst. Exciting Excel. I played your game. It isn't very exciting. I'm joking. It looks very promising. Oh, thank you very much, Exciting Excel. PT is Portuguese. Got you. Repus Portuguese. Got it. Got it. Nice. But yeah, my little game, Populus, it's kind of there's a little tutorial you can play, but I'll give you a little tutorial. Those of you that are graciously hanging out. So yeah, it's a game where you pop bubbles. It's kind of like a little aim trainer, it's not really an aim trainer. I'm not trying to make an aim trainer, but it's kind of like that. It's kind of like Osu. Pops per sec 1.2 is a lot. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for I assume that's your first time playing Sferini. So I would say that's pretty good. Getting above 1 second. Getting pretty nicely above 1 second. 1 pop per second is pretty good. Big Booty Snatcher is now following. Big Booty Snatcher, thanks. The game's pretty fun, dude. Thank you very much for that, Big Booty. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. You guys are awesome. Yeah, so you basically just pop the bubbles as they appear in this order on the side here. So you start with this pink salmon colored bubble, dark salmon. It's kind of a dark salmon colored, I would say. It's not quite a salmon, at least on my monitor here. So you can pop the bubbles by, you hover your mouse over them and you either press the space bar or click the mouse. And you just kind of try to go as fast as you can. Just see how many you can get. And then when you see how many you can get for 30 seconds, then after the 30 seconds is over, you'll see this little stats screen here. And yeah, that's basically all there is. I'm working on multiplayer right now, so I can demo that a little bit right now. Badger, what happened when I was gone? Badger, not a whole lot. Just a million people hopped in a raid here. BeginBot raided, so thank you again, BeginBot. F1NCC, it's awesome. Thanks, F1NCC. Appreciate it. Cool Boy Jedi is now following. Thank you, Cool Boy Jedi. Ravenous 1 million. What's 1 million, Ravenous? Yeah, so I'm working on multiplayer right now. And I'm really not, I don't know, I'm working on a little bug that I have. Let's get multiplayer going here. Shall we? All right, so I probably should just refresh these here. So if we basically fire up 2 clients, my little queue for multiplayer is you can click the little O in Populus. This is just on my development version. There's no multiplayer live right now. 1 million people. Gotcha, Ravenous. Yeah, pretty much a million people came over from BeginBot. It's awesome. For mobile, I did 1.4. That's a cool game. Oh, thanks, Esferini. Yeah, it's not really for mobile. I don't know if I have. I mean, I know my mother-in-law. She tells me she's been trying. She plays it every day. She says she's practicing. She's getting good. She plays on her phone, and I tell her, Mamu, I don't know if I call my mother-in-law Mamu. I know that maybe that's embarrassing. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But I've been telling her, like, Mamu, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to keep. I don't know if I want people playing this game on mobile. And she doesn't have a computer, so she just got a tablet and a phone. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I got to keep it alive for my mother-in-law, I guess, and for Esferini. Esferini, yeah, had to turn the phone. Oh, I'm glad you caught the turning the phone. Exciting Excel. Why shouldn't people play on mobile? Mostly because I didn't really. Well, this project is really just, this game is just kind of a little first foray for me into game development. This is really the first, like, actual game that I have publicly available that I've ever made. So I didn't want to spend a ton of, like, I didn't want to spend the next, like, 5 years of my life, maintaining and developing this game. So mobile wasn't really in my scope. I mean, obviously, you can pull up a mobile browser and play it, and it works, just because of browser technology these days. But I haven't really done any sort of development stuff as far as the mobile side goes. And it's like really laggy on mobile for some reason. Like on my phone, it's the graphics are, the refresh rate is fine, but like the reading input or something, like turning the taps into mouse clicks, I don't know, there's some sort of delay on there. So I don't know what the deal is with that. But I don't know. Yeah, exciting Excel. I might try to actually make it a mobile thing at some point. We'll see. With iPhone 12 works great. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. So if it feels good, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and like I would have to do. I'm just not prioritizing mobile. If there's enough people that kind of say, hey, yeah, mobile, it'd be cool to play on a phone, whatever, then I might try to spend a little more time and make it work. I've done a few game jams. The best for me is when I go to the pub, open my itch.io page, and give my friends to try it while we have a beer. Nice. Feels more personal than when strangers play online. Yes. I got you there. You have like competitive or multiplayer game exciting Excel, or you're just other games. Esferini, are you keeping the results in a DB? No, I'm not. I have no database currently. I would like to have a ranking. Oh, let me actually show you the multiplayer right here. So I'm on my development version right now. My back end is all Node.js. There's no database currently. So basically, to queue up a multiplayer game, I have it set so you click the little O in Populus, and then basically both players have the same sets of bubbles. And ignore all the weird, funky graphics on here. I'm kind of messing around with some different ideas. Ignore all the ugliness for now. But basically, both players are popping like their own copies of the same bubble. They're kind of just racing. Like that's kind of the game, right? So like I popped 4 bubbles on each, and they both, you still see the same sizes and colors of bubbles. So yes, that's pretty much what we got right now. It was a hot seat board game, Google Royal Game of Royal Game of I made my own version. Royal Game of I am familiar with that, actually. I watched a YouTube video on that. Yeah, Tom Scott and like the guy from the British Royal Museum or whatever. I watched a video on that, the Royal Game of It's an interesting game. It's like one of the oldest games. That is the guy, yes, gotcha. Sorry for distracting. We should get back to the balloons. No worries. No worries. I got to appreciate all these people that have just followed and hung out and whatever. You guys are awesome. The guy with the beard. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that guy is... I've watched some of those other videos with him in it. The guy with the beard. And he's pretty funny. He's a pretty funny guy. But S. Farini, you said like with a ranking or something, you said. I do want to have ranking. I do want to have like a little ELO thing happening. But I don't plan on like having user accounts and that sort of thing. Like I want it to be like you hop in. There might be some like daily leaderboards or something like that. And like the players would have their rankings and, you know, move up, whatever, and that, you know, just do some sort of like little ELO equation kind of thing. Maybe with a cookie. Yes, that could be too. I might have that because obviously if you've got some sort of ranking thing, you kind of want to have like a username at least. Like I don't want to have user accounts with a database and all of that, but maybe at least something like a user name or something like that. Ravenous, I like cookies. Me too. Me too. There's something else I was going to say. I can't remember. Michael Barley is now following. Michael Barley. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. Farini, random question. Are you also playing guitar in the Twitch live? I actually haven't. I started streaming back in August. So I've been going for a couple months now. A few months. And I haven't done, every once in a while somebody asks that question, you know, asks about the guitars. I have not done any live guitar playing on stream yet. I do a lot of my own recording and writing music, but I have not actually played on stream yet. But maybe at some point we'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, yeah, let me plug my Discord here. So I started a Discord not that long ago, and there's not a lot of people there, but I'd like to grow that if I can. And so it's a little lackluster. There's not a lot of people there on the Discord, but if you guys are interested, you can check it out. Appreciate that. And I'd like to try to do a little bit better at updating things on there. That sort of thing. Whatever you use Discord for. But yeah, back to the guitar question. I would like to add some music eventually to Populus. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with that. How far I really want to push this. Because I would like Rocker Boo. BeginBot plays guitar at times on stream. Does solos over other music. Nice. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I have not actually watched a BeginBot stream. I have seen BeginBot on Twitch. I don't watch as much Twitch as I should. Oh, I missed a follow there. Smoking Gears. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, I forgot to give you a nice little shout out there. I appreciate the follow, Smoking Gears. Thank you. S. Farini, how long have you been developing Populus? That is a good question. It's kind of unfortunately, it's not super straightforward. I came up with the idea a long time ago, not that long ago, maybe January of 2018. Well, I say January, actually, I don't know. I came up with the idea maybe back in 2017. And the game originally was supposed to be like, it was squares instead of circles, and it was kind of like they would fit into a grid. But a very similar kind of game. Actually, I think I have a screenshot of the, I mean, I technically could show, yeah. So here's a screenshot from the game originally. Obviously, it looks very similar to current Populus, just with squares, right? It's a square, and then there's other squares. And instead of like popping the bubble, popping by hovering over it and clicking, you just like moved your mouse over it. So it was more just like touching the squares in order. And I built that a few years ago. I think back in 2017, kind of shortly after coming up with the idea. Maybe it was 2018 when I actually started developing that. And it was kind of a bad, rough version. The code was not very good to work with. I didn't really think things through that well. So it was kind of a mess. So I started it over from scratch in January of 2020. So I started it at the beginning of this year. And basically, I was kind of doing it I wasn't streaming. I started streaming in August of this year. So I kind of was working on it from time to time. You know, I had a full-time job and would kind of work on it when I could. And I don't know. I guess maybe I did 100 to 200 hours maybe before. The new game is better than Trace Racer. Did I say Trace Racer? How did you know the word Trace Racer? That's the old name for the game. Did I say that? Did I say Trace Racer? Sometimes I accidentally say that in whatever. Sometimes I mix that up. You have it in the screenshot. Oh, gotcha. Yes. So that was the name of the game well, that was like my working title of the game was Trace Racer. But I came up with Populus because it's more about popping bubbles rather than like tracing stuff. But yeah, so I started it over in January basically. Like that, I scrapped the whole thing. And then kind of, well, yeah, started over with the circle idea instead. So it was basically the same game where you just move the mouse over and that sort of thing. And at some point I added in like the popping element of it where you actually had to pop each individual bubble with a keyboard press, with the spacebar press, or with the mouse click like we have now. So I added that, and I kind of got rid of, yeah, it's kind of evolved over time. Then I started streaming in August and have done a few hundred, well, no, not a few hundred. I think I'm almost up to 200 hours now of streaming since August. I don't know. I don't know what the number is. Maybe I'm at like 170 something hours now of streaming. So since then, the game has come a long way. I added in the multiplayer. And yeah, it's kind of nice stuff. That's awesome. Thanks, S. Farini. Appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, it's come a long way, but it's one of the things, like, it's not really a dream game of mine, if you can imagine that. I mean, I like it. I like developing it. I like working on it. Obviously, I'm having fun. I want to actually make something that people can play and kind of have some fun with. But I've got other games, I kind of have in the works that I'd like to get to eventually. So this was kind of just supposed to be like a good project for me to kind of stream and work on and eventually get something out publicly, which I did now. So what's your best result on the game? Ever reached over 2.0? Yes. I am getting close to 3.0. You want? I'll try it. I'll try it right now. All right. So just there's no funny business. I'm on the real populus.gg. Let's see how fast I can go right now. I think it works well and the scope is great to work with. Thank you, Rocker. Appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a nice little game to not to get, like, there's just not a lot to make it too complicated, right? Like, again, like I don't want to make this a system with user accounts. You know, I'm probably not even going to have a database for this, which is great. I like that. All right, let me see how fast I can go here. We're going to do 30 seconds. I'm a little hopped up on coffee here, so I don't. Ah! So I'm probably a little inaccurate with the coffee. No, something happened there. Come on, come on, come on. Ah. Oh, okay. This is awful. Oh no, I've totally ruined the flow. Okay. 2.7, 81 pop. That's actually really good. So maybe the coffee did help. Things are getting serious. I thought 1.4 was pro level. A lot of people never finish their games or even playable. Yeah, so yeah, I think like you said, Rocker, I think it is a good scope to have. And I'm proud that I've got something up online that people can play. So, crazy stuff. Wow. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for the compliments on that. The 2.7 pops a second. I mean, I've popped a lot of bubbles. Let's just say I've popped probably several thousand bubbles. In the tens of thousands of bubbles developing this, you know. So, yeah. So I got the experience from that. That is crazy. You've been bitten by a radioactive spider or something. You have a lot of good UX and it animates all really smoothly. Thank you, Rocker. Yeah, that's something I try to have that work well. Rocker, I would hire you. Wow, thank you, Rocker. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I was kind of trying to figure out what I wanted the stuff to kind of look like. The user experience / user interface stuff, UX, UI stuff. And I actually found that, hey, lowercase Arial looks kind of cool for everything. So literally that's what the text for all the game is. Lowercase Arial font. Kind of works. But I would like, once I maybe add the multiplayer in, I would like to try to maybe push the game out to maybe some OS players, OSU. The game where you like hit the little circles to the beat of the music. I'd like to maybe see if anyone's interested in playing that game. Playing this game, who you know, maybe plays OS or OSU or OSU, whatever that game is. I don't know how you say it. Because watching those guys play, that doesn't even make sense. I don't even understand how they play that game that fast. I don't get it. So yes, I just those guys, like you said, my going fat, my 2.7 pops per second there, you said that's fast. I wouldn't be surprised if people who play this game get up to like, I don't know, I like four pops per second, like just seeing how fast those people play. Like, and they're doing it to the beat of the music, and it's like you watch them play and they're doing like the little double, they're popping, whatever it's called in OSU, whatever they're doing to hit the circles. This game is unfortunately turning into that game a lot more than I would like. The color matching is the hardest part for me. Rocker, I got you. Yes, the color blindedness thing, if that's your problem, I don't know. But there are a lot of people that mention having colorblind issues. OSU doesn't have that part, right? Which hurts if you are colorblind, right? Now I'm actually, let me pull up I actually started doing another version. Am I in the right file here? Yes. I actually started making it so that instead of showing 4 bubbles on screen at once, We were just showing 2. Where is that option? Oh, here we go. So if we change this to 2, this takes out the color aspect of it. So what I did is I just changed it so that it'll only show 2 bubbles on screen now at once. So now this becomes a lot more like OS, where you're just kind of going. I'm not looking over here at all now. I'm just following the bubbles as they appear on screen. Oh. So I like this because it feels good. So I might end up going towards something like this eventually. We'll see. If you make a mistake, 1 bubble comes back now in this case. Not colorblind, but it's hard to keep track. Yes, Rocker, I agree. It does take some getting used to. Like even when I moved some of these the elements here. This is, I call this the nav meter. Couldn't think of anything else to call it. That's what I call it in the code, at least. So like this I moved it around once, and that actually like threw off the game a little bit. Like just changing the position of it like made it a little more difficult. So that's definitely an aspect of it. I would play this as a drinking game. The winner gets a shot. Nice. Excel. OS has nice visual cue. Which element needs to be interacted with next? Right on the element. Gotcha. Yeah, I've only played a little bit of that, of OS. I don't know how to pronounce it. Somebody in the chat, when I mentioned it along maybe a month ago, somebody said you pronounce it like OS. O's, or OS. I don't know what to call it. That flow seems cool, but the challenge is low. I would change the shape to be a different color, or make the whole screen the color, or I would change the shape to be like a square. Yeah, yes. I mean, I'm kind of balancing a lot of like what you just said, Rocker. A lot of different little ideas around like that. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back in a minute here. I usually stay pretty hydrated on stream with water and coffee, and I need to get more water. So we'll be right back. Osu is pronounced as Osu as far as I know, Neris. Neris, thanks. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I don't know who that was the other day who said that in the chat. All right. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to, of course. I can't stop you. All right, we are back. Oh, S Farini, thanks for the bits. I appreciate that. All right, sorry, I grabbed some peanuts. I'm gonna try not to munch on stream too much. I just need a little bit. I'm skipping lunch today. It's already 12:35 my time, Central Standard Time. And all I had was a little crumble cake from my mother-in-law from over our Thanksgiving weekend. Crumble cake? Crumbleberry cake. I don't remember what it's called. I think I made up crumbleberry. I don't think there's such thing as a crumbleberry. Neris, Trello might have a good idea for colorblind mode. They use patterns in addition to colors for colorblind people. So like one color has stripes. The other one has checkered pattern. Gotcha. I use Trello. Actually, I have a Trello that I need to update. Need to do better at updating for Populus. It's public. Let me put that in there right now. Again, might not be actually, might need a little more updating on it. But I'm trying to update that more. Okay, so yeah, so I guess we can dive back into the code here. Yeah, Neris, I will do some sort of research into colorblindedness at some point. Or, I mean, in the case of this, you really don't even need, you know, in the case of now we've got two bubbles on screen at once. You know, I've taken the color aspect out of it. You know, like I'm not even paying attention to colors anymore. I'm just paying attention to the order in which they appear on screen. But anyway, anyway, I think we'll jump back into whatever it was we were doing. We're fixing an issue where the clients, what we did on our last Tuesday's stream was our client is now sending input events to the server, input mouse movement details to the server every 60th of a second. So we fixed it. We have a fixed rate now with which we're sending input data to the server. And I wanted to do that just to kind of make things a little more, well, because Chrome, for example, we see I have my little debug thing here. Mouse updates per frame. So for whatever reason, when the Chrome console is open, I have a 1000 hertz mouse. So, and I have a 120 hertz screen. So you're dividing 1000 hertz by 120 frames per second. So we're getting about 8 mouse updates per frame when I'm like consistently moving the mouse. So you can kind of see it's kind of flickering between 8 and 7, whatever. I assume that's showing up on stream nicely. And for whatever reason, like when you close the console, then using the request animation frame API in the web browser, we start to just see 1 mouse update per frame. But as soon as I open the console again, now we got 8, right? So not that that's really that big of a deal, but I'd rather not send all 1000 mouse updates to the server if somebody just, for whatever reason, happened to have the console open and was playing the game, right? So I'd like to limit that. I'd like to limit that down to 60. And I'm playing on a 120 hertz screen, which is fine. But the vast majority of people are going to be playing at 60. Rocker, the browser caps at 60 FPS. Well, it depends on the browser. I'm pretty sure almost all of the main ones these days, Chrome, does it 120 hertz at most. But what Nice. I'm seeing your image. Nice. Yeah, I like it. So there's Rocker's image there with color blindness issues aside. Fixed for color blindness issues. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, something like that we might end up going with. We'll see. We'll see. The browser does not cap at 60 frames per second. I mean, I want to say I haven't looked at the specs for whatever reason. I mean, the browsers would kind of do their own individual things. That's all, but it gives better context maybe, and multiplayer, and the multiplayer being prominent. So yeah, I will eventually probably do something maybe like that with textures or something rather than just solid colors. But yes, we'll see. So the browser does do a, I think in most parts it'll match your desktop refresh rate up to 120 hertz maybe. I know Chrome, I want to say Chrome just does 120 hertz at max. I'm not 100% sure on that. But what happens is when I do, I'm using the request animation frame browser API for drawing my graphics to the screen. And that gives my graphics kind of VSync capability, which is nice. I don't have to have my own update loop running in my code. I can just use the request animation frame, which will just run my code, my game update code, and then render to the screen, and just kind of, it recursively calls and loops, for those of you not familiar with that, how that works at all. So in the control pane, you can go to rendering FPS meter. Oh, really? In Chrome? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Memory. Got to turn it on. I don't have Chrome, but I think you have to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be Chrome that would be enabling an FPS meter, their own in the developer tools, I guess. So, to the best of my knowledge, there isn't an FPS thing. Open console, rendering tab in more tools. Is there a rendering tab in the console? Under console? Yeah, whatever browser you're using, I guess, has that, but unless I'm just an idiot. But you said you don't have Chrome, so I assume that's something. I don't know. I could be wrong about Chrome. Chrome unlimited frame rate. Let's check that out real quick here. Oh, your command line. Disable GPU VSync. Wow, that's really interesting. I don't care about doing that, but that's pretty interesting, pretty cool to see. Open console rendering tab in more tools. Let's check it out. Let's check it out real quick here while we're here. Let's see. I mean, more tools is how you open developer tools. Yeah, which is just my dev thing on the side there. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that is exactly referring to. The disable vsync is pretty interesting, that command. I mean, I don't really... I saw it there, but I thought it limited to your vsync, which would be 60 for most gamers, but gamers will have 144 plus. Yeah, so the rendering is fine. Like, mine's working at 120. Just fine. I mean, I can tell because I can see how smooth it is. 60, I think 60 looks like hot garbage when compared to 120 frames per second. Sorry for the peanut crunching. So I know mine's working at 120, but the problem I'm having is, or not the problem, but the thing I'm trying to get around is how many mouse updates, how many mouse events are happening per frame. Well, per frame doesn't even matter. When you use the request animation frame API, and I didn't find any official documentation on that, but it appears that when you do use that, it will just have one mouse update per frame. Whatever happens when you do that, it just, like, the browser is only firing one mouse event, one DOM mouse event. But when you open the console, now it uses whatever your native mouse refresh rate is. So I have a 1000 hertz mouse, so it's doing 8 mouse updates per frame per 1000, or I have 120 frames, so you divide that 1000 hertz of the mouse out over each 120 FPS frame, and then you have 8. So the thing is, I want, for sending data to the server, I want to just do it at 1/60th of a second, because that's fine. Like, the graphics and everything should still all be nice and smooth. So whether you're on some sort of, higher refresh rate display, I want that to look nice, right? So graphics and stuff are updating at 120 frames per second in my case, but I'm only sending 60 mouse updates per second to the server. So I have a little issue with that where, and yeah, like you said, Rocker Boo, which will be 60 for most, but gamers will have 144 plus. Right. So that's why I'm doing 60 mouse updates to the server per second, because I figure the browser will probably be limiting them, the vast majority of them, to 60 anyway. So that's fine enough for me. So, and when you play a competitive mode, your competitive match in Populus, the server is actually running basically the same game kind of side by side, like doing all the checks, making sure you pop the bubble, all that sort of thing. So if we refresh these and we start playing, the browser is basically doing, the server is basically doing the same exact checks that the client does when you do just a practice mode. Or like if you do the practice mode on the live site right now, populus.gg, everything's just happening in the browser. There's no server doing anything, no Node.js server. Basically, I'm just serving static files from Populus when you go to populus.gg. There's one HTML file and one JavaScript file. That's it. And those just run in your browser and blah, blah, blah. Nothing No server or anything that's doing any communication other than the HTTP server itself that gives you the files, but that's all it is doing. You likely need to make your own tick and then sample the mouse on tick. Exactly. Having it based on frame rate or event speed would give people advantages outside of visual feedback. Yes, exactly. Yes, and Rocker, I already have that implemented. So the problem is I just have an issue where I am using the wrong... Well, okay, so there's kind of an annoying... There is an annoying issue that I have. And I could easily fix it, but I want to just verify that that's my problem. So on the client side, I keep my client code in this right pane here. This is the right? It's right side. Maybe you don't even see my mouse moving. But the pane on the right is my client code. Pane on the left is my server code. I try to do that just for my own sanity. So in my WebSockets wrapper object here, I'm using WebSockets for the client-server communication. We are doing a set interval. So everything in my game engine takes place inside of the game loop, except for this kind of thing here, this sending the data out. So I set up a set interval whenever you join a competitive game. And then the client is basically queuing up any mouse input, and then just grabbing the latest, basically just grabbing the latest event, and then using that, and then this actually makes me think there's probably a better way I could do this. Actually, there's a way better way I could do this. Yes, I don't even need to do it this way, but I'm going to leave it for right now. Hang on, I just thought of something here. Okay. Whoops, make this little to-do here. Okay. Yeah, so basically I've got my little, I'm doing a browser set interval. So this is the client side. Again, this is the browser code here on the right side. So I've got a little callback function that runs on our client update interval. That shouldn't really be called client update interval. Oh, no, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is fine. So this variable comes out to be 1/60th of a second, or or in this case, 16.666667 milliseconds. So that's what this number calculates out to be. And then we basically parse through all the mouse input that happened and just send the latest things, the latest mouse events. But the problem is when what's happening is I have two different things. I have the cursor movement, and that's separate from a cursor click. So we send the latest cursor movement. What's happening is, like, so what I believe to be happening, the problem right now, and I'd like to try to replicate it in a little bit here. The problem right now, I didn't actually fart, that was just my hands. Like that. At least I don't think I farted. So the problem right now is that, for example, let's say there's a bubble and you just move into the bubble and you pop. On the client side, it's a valid pop, right? You press the space bar, click the mouse, and you're inside the bubble, and that's good. But let's say, obviously, maybe you were moving real fast with the mouse, so the next mouse update is just outside of the bubble, which is totally, that's totally a thing. So the problem is the server is not actually using the position that comes in through the cursor down event. It's basically just looking at the last cursor movement event and checking whether or not the cursor's over the bubble. Then when the cursor down comes in, the cursor click comes in, it is checking if that bubble's still, if the cursor's still over that bubble. Or no, sorry, it's not. It's taking whether or not that bubble is currently traversed by the cursor. Currently, the cursor's currently over that bubble. That combo is the last in the queue. Yes. Yes. I have one queue, and I just, there's probably a better way I could do this. I mean, for right now, this is fine. But yes, I have an outgoing input queue, which is a little object I created myself. And I have no idea if it's actually based upon the real queue data structure in computer science. Basically, it's my own little convenience wrapper for an array that gives me this method that I call shift each, where I can just pull each event out of that array from the front of the array. So I can start, you know, if I wanted to process a bunch of input that happened, I can save it into this a queue, and then I do shift each, and that pulls each one out of that queue, starting with the first one, starting with array index 0, and then up until the queue is empty. So so then we end up with, I'm basically doing like this little thing where I've got the latest cursor movement thing and the latest cursor down, and then we're just popping each one of those off the queue from the front and then setting those. And there's cursor movements and cursor down clicks, cursor clicks that go in there. And then at the end, we just send the latest ones to the server. So what I'm trying to do is I just want to verify that my suspicions are correct, in that the cursor maybe just went outside of the bubble immediately after a valid click. So the client thinks it popped the bubble, but the server thinks that you popped the bubble, but you were outside of the bubble when it popped. So I'm trying to think of a good way to just verify that that's the case and that I didn't screw something else up. And now I'm trying to remember exactly what I was doing with this. So I think I started I think I created this new, yes, we just did this before. We're just going to save the latest cursor position that's going to come in from the movement event. So when player cursor moves, I am going to do this, player.match state.cursor pose equals, or I guess we'll just say cursor pose. Yeah, we'll just say equals pose. Oops. And for anyone from BeginBot's crew still, I basically am doing everything in vanilla JavaScript. Not really using any libraries or frameworks or anything, just kind of, yeah, for the server and the client, just kind of, I mean, using Node.js for the server, but everything's all kind of vanilla JS, so there's a lot of probably way better things that I could do. If Retro MMO was in the chat today, he'd be making fun of me as always, for not using TypeScript or something like that. But nonetheless. So I'm just going to save the cursor position every time the cursor moves. Or I'm just going to update the position of the player on every update that the server receives. So I'm trying to regain my train of thought in what I was thinking to do with this. So the made a mistake method. So this is whenever the player, this gets fired whenever the player does something that triggers a mistake, which would be, as far a mistake in Populus is anytime you either pop the wrong bubble, so maybe I just missed popping green, or maybe I popped blue instead of green. That's a mistake. Or if I go out of bounds, so if I go out of the black circle here, that's a mistake as well. So then this method fires on the server for each one of those mistakes. And I want to see, so whenever we make a mistake, I want to take the position, of target bubble R was, okay. So I want to take the radius of the bubble. So maybe what we can do, okay, so maybe up in here we can just say, yeah, maybe I should do this inside of this one if statement just to be correct. So I want to just calculate the distance from the cursor to the center of the target bubble. I want to see what that is. And I want to compare it to the radius of that bubble. X Dennis Bot. Hello, bro. I'm new here. X Dennis Bot. Dennis. I'll just call you Dennis if that's okay. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, please. Dennis is my name. Yeah, nice to meet you, Dennis. I'm Jared, by the way. For anybody from Begin Bop. I know my Twitch name is Geranosaur, whatever. I like to go by Jared when I can. Dennis, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Sorry. I'm just trying to eat a few peanuts to curb my coffee. I didn't really have a good breakfast this morning. Or a big breakfast this morning. I drank too much coffee. So I'm a little on the jittery side right now. So I'm just trying to eat a few peanuts. So I'm sorry for the peanut crunching ASMR that you're hearing. Dennis, did you come over from BeginBot? From BeginBot stream? From the raid? Guest from BeginBot. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, yeah, welcome. Welcome. So, as I was saying, we have the radius of the bubble that the player was supposed to pop, right? Yes, because we haven't. Yes. Okay. So we got the radius of the bubble that the player was supposed to pop. And I'd like to calculate just the distance from the cursor, from the mouse cursor, to the center of the circle. And we want to see if that's less than the radius. And I just want to see by like how much. So, and this might actually be kind of a dumb thing to do. All right, so let's say we're printing the radius. I got a hair going in my mouth here. So we're printing the radius of our bubble. And I want to also print the distance from the position of the cursor to the bubble. Yes. And then I can just I'll just eyeball I want that to log. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to print that to the screen so I can run the game and just kind of see the state of the server and the client together. And then we can, when we run into we have a bad synchronization issue, I should be able to see that the client said everything was okay. The server said, oh, no, that was wrong. So basically, I'm just trying to validate my assumptions. So I want to do, we're just going to create a little variable. This is just for debugging basically only. So I'm just going to do dist, and we're going to do math.highpot. We're going to invoke the good old Pythagorean theorem. And what am I going to do? I guess I'm just going to take player dot, let's see, player dot, oh, this is going to be kind of annoying. It's going to be a big one-liner here. We're going to do math.highpot. I guess I'll split it into multiple lines. And we're going to do the player, what do we have? Player.match state dot, what is that called? Player.matchState.cursor pose. So player.matchState.cursor pose.x minus, and we are going to do basically this thing here. Instead of .r.x, and then, okay, so that is going to be our A of our Pythagorean theorem. And our B is going to be the same thing, but with the y's. Okay. Yes, that should be what we want. So now we've got dist. So we got target bubble R was that, and then we have player distance was, oops. And then I guess we'll just print dist right here. Okay, so our server restarted. That is great. So let's fire up a game here, and a multiplayer game. And let's just see that we're, I need to. So maybe let's make a mistake here. Let's just move right out here. Player distance was not a number. Okay. Okay, so I'm doing something wrong here. Player.matchState.cursor pose. Player match state. Oh, Okay. Bubble has a pose. Yes. Okay. So this not. Where are we going here? Come on. There we go. All right. So I'm not. Yeah. I need to do dot pose dot x, not just dot x. Duh. All right. So we're getting the position of that current bubble here. All right, so now if I just miss, there we go. So now we can see in this top mistake here, target is now 2, target bubble R was 198, so that was the radius of that bubble. But the distance my cursor was from that bubble was 226.25, blah, 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 a bunch of stuff. So that is not pixels. What we're seeing is not pixels. We're seeing this generic unit space that I use on the server side. Because again, like two different players could have totally different screen sizes, you know, totally different pixel values. So you can't use pixels on the server. The server doesn't care what pixels are. So I have to use like a unit space that then the client will convert back. So the client will do stuff in pixels and then kind of multiply. There's like a little multiplier number that gets set based upon whatever the screen size is. And that will convert us to units. And then we send those units back to the server. That is the unit position of the mouse cursor. If that makes sense. So so we logged another mistake here. Basically, I'm just logging the distance the cursor was from the bubble that you were supposed to pop, the center of the bubble you're supposed to pop every time. So even in this mistake here, this bottom mistake, so this top mistake is the one where I just missed by a hair. So the radius was 198 and we were at 226. But for this one here, radius is 155, but the distance I was from the center of the circle is 1,826. And that's because I moved the cursor off the screen. So every time I make a mistake, any mistake, it's logging that distance from that thing. So I don't really care about it as far as this bubble goes. So now what I want to do is I really want to test this. So let's go to, I really want to try to get the client and server to get out of sync again. And we'll do that by, let's see here. Oh, by going, well, first going to our config. I don't want bubbles on screen count. I want to change this back to 4. All right, so now basically I just want to play a competitive match kind of quickly and see if I can get the client and the server to break again. So I'm just going to try to play really quickly, kind of a little, maybe too quick, a little, whoa. Oh, we got an issue. We got an issue. Yes. Okay. So we got a problem. Okay. So that's good. That is good. So, so now we should be able to look at the log here on the server. That's down here. And I'm basically printing the matching events here on the client. And we've got this error because basically the client thought it was able to keep playing. But the server said, no, there was a mistake, but the client didn't register that same mistake. So it just kind of kept going here. So yes, we can see this. Basically, we can see that our last events on the server are target is now mistake, player made a mistake, target is now 22. Ooh, wait a minute. Actually, popped 22, target is now 23. Mistake, target is now 23. That's not right. Something's wrong there. Okay, so that might actually be our problem on the server. Let's look at this real quick. Okay, popped. So we popped bubble 22. Let's look at this. We popped, or the bubble pops happen in order from 0. So the first bubble is bubble 0. And then as you play, you just go on and pop as many bubbles as are necessary. New bubbles get generated on the fly, basically. Hang on a second here. Okay. So this is already a little concerning to see this on the server, because there's no way. If we pop the bubble to get to 22, and then so our target is now 23. If you make a mistake, the target can't be 23, because you have basically every time you make a mistake right now, the current game mode, you always have to go back. You go back one bubble, and you have to pop that bubble again. So that's kind of the punishment for making a mistake. You pop bubble 0, you make a mistake popping bubble 1, so you're going to have to go back and pop bubble 0 again. But seeing these logs here, pop 22, target is now 23, made a mistake, target is now 23, that doesn't make sense. Because this is showing like we made a mistake, but we're not going back to undo it. So that's weird. So this might actually be something different now. This might actually be a different bug. Cannot read property init. Yeah, so on the client thought everything was fine and dandy. We popped 22, target is now 23. So you can see here that basically this is what the good game state should look like on the client. Pop 12, target is now 13, bubble received 20. So as we're popping bubbles, the server's generating new bubbles that are a few bubbles ahead that the player won't see yet, and sending those down to the client is what's happening basically. So like when I'm popping bubble 12, the server's actually generating bubble 20 and then sending that down to the client. So that by the time the player gets up to needing to be able to see bubble 20 on the screen, they will. So we pop bubble 12, target is now 13, bubble received 20, pop 13, target is now 14, bubble received 21. So like all of these are looking good. But as soon as we get up to popped bubble 22, target is now 23, we receive bubble 30. But then the client, we can tell that the client is not receiving any new bubbles anymore. Popped bubble 23, target is now 24, but we didn't get a new bubble, right? The server didn't generate a new bubble because the server is still thinking that the player is making mistakes. So when we have popped 22, target is now 23, that's where we're good. We generate bubble 30. We sent 30 down to the client. The client received bubble 30. But then popped 23, and the client thought, oh, okay, I can go up to 24 now as my new target. But the server said, mistake, target is now 23, and that already seems wrong. We can see here we just missed by a hair if that's the case. Target bubble radius was 157, and the distance from our cursor to that bubble was 172 only. So that's just a hair outside of the circle. So that is kind of correct. Or that, at least this part seems like it's correct. But there's target going back to 23 doesn't make any sense. So that's what I'm a little confused about. Now, is it possible that target is now 23, target bubble was? Let's look on the server here real quick, because that really shouldn't be possible. Target is now this. Oh, wait a minute here. Did I make any mistakes earlier? All right, let's try this again. Let's try it again. Let's refresh some clients. Server didn't restart. That's okay. So let's start a multiplayer game. Let's just pop one bubble. Let's pop a second bubble. Then let's make a mistake. Let's just miss this green bubble by a hair. Maybe by this much of a hair. By a thick hair. Okay, we made a mistake. Oh. Okay, now we go back to brown. All right, hang on. Let's retry that. Let's start it. That's not what I wanted to hit. Let's start over again. So let's just do this relatively quickly. Let's pop one. Let's pop a second one. Let's miss. Let's go back and pop this one. Let's pop this one. Let's pop this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. Okay, everything's fine. So there, we made some mistakes and we didn't have any issues. Okay, so let's look at what the client and server logs show here. Okay. So we made a mistake way back up here. We did pop to bubble 0, target is now 1. We got bubble 8, that's good. Pop bubble 1, target is now 2. We received bubble 9, that's good. We made a mistake. So our target was 2, now our target is 1. So that's good. And I believe the server should say the exact same thing. Okay, no, the server's, I think the server is simply just printing the wrong number now. Yes, because popped 0, target is now 1. Popped 1, target is now 2. But then we made a mistake, target is now 2. And I think that's actually just because I'm logging up here. Maybe I moved this up or something. Maybe that's the problem. Because we haven't decremented our target bubble ID. And we are logging, because target is now 2. But here's where we actually decrement our target bubble ID. So we go back to that bubble, but we've logged it before. So I don't know how I ended up doing that, because I know at one point in time on Tuesday when we were actually doing this, I know we had it working because it was fine. I remember going through these logs and seeing everything. So I guess maybe we just move. Yeah, maybe if mistake already made. Yeah, let me look. Let me look at. Let's just do this, and then 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 this, and this. Just go back and forth and do this a bunch. And just see what we end up with. Target is now 0. Okay. Okay, so there is, all right, so that's just a logging issue. What I thought was maybe a bug was just a logging issue. Because mistake, yeah, because we're basically printing the target before we decremented it. So if mistake was already made, oof. This is kind of tricky. I wonder what. All right. I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. Hang on a second here. All right. Sorry, I just had to text my brother there quickly. So yeah, so I want to think a little bit more about what's going on here. So I want this log to I want our console log to always we got a little chicken or the egg problem here, basically. Because I want to log. Basically, I have a little Boolean in here called mistake already made. And then mistake already made gets set to true when the player makes a mistake. And then if the player does something, pops a bubble successfully, then it gets set to false. So what that does is that just keeps us from constantly, like if you make a mistake, you have to re-pop a bubble, right? So if we do a single player game, you pop a bubble, you make a mistake, you have to go back and pop that bubble that you just popped over again, right? But what that does is that just prevents us from going back to that original blue bubble, right? So like it's always just going to be, no matter how many mistakes I make after that first mistake, I still only have to just pop that one bubble. It's not like you just keep going back and having to pop a bunch of bubbles over and over again. So you pay that penalty once for the one mistake. So that's where I have that Boolean for if mistake already made, basically. So if mistake's already made, then we don't like go and update. We don't, go back and force the player to pop bubbles. Or we don't continuously go back and force the player to re-pop bubbles. So, player.matchstate.target bubble ID. Returning bubbles. Oh, returning bubbles on mistake count. So player.matchstate.popped bubble count equals just whatever that is. So target bubble R was, player distance was. Oh, you know what I should do is this should just be, let's just move this down below. Yes, this is what I should have done. All right, so we'll move this down as well. What in the world? All right, so that should solve our problem. And maybe I moved that. I don't know why I had that moved up before. Maybe. So now let's test and see. So we're going to test a multiplayer game here. We're going to pop one bubble, pop another one, then go back, and then continuously make some mistakes. Okay. So that looks pretty even now as far as the client and the server go. So we've got player requested match, mistake, target is now 0. I must have made a mistake right away. Popped 0. Oh, this could have been on the other. Yeah. Anyway, that doesn't matter. We popped 0, target is now 1. Popped 1, target is now 2. Pop 2, target is now 3. We have the same thing. Pop 0, pop 1, pop 2. Then I made a mistake right away. So we pop 2, target is now 3, but then I made a mistake, target is now 2. That is correct. And then I made a few subsequent mistakes right in a row, and target should always still be 2. Like target doesn't go back. It goes from 3 to 2, but that should be it. So we see the same thing on the server now. Popped 1, target is now 2. Pop 2, target is now 3. We generated bubble 10. Client received the bubble 10. Excellent. Then we made a mistake and target is now 2, so we go back. So player distance was 489, blah, 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 blah. So that is good. And then we have pop 2, target is now 3, pop 3, target is now 4. Then we generate the new bubble, generate a new bubble after that popping 3. And pop 4, target is now 5. We generate bubble 12, receive bubble 12 in the client. Mistake, target is now 4. Yes, okay. So that was when I moved the mouse outside of the game. So I want to do the same thing. Basically, I want to do the same thing on the client. I want to print the radius of the bubble. And I want to print the position of the cursor, or the distance. Of the cursor, I think. So I can just compare them. I can just look at them side by side. And then we can play this really fast and then try to replicate the error. So on the client side, I think we want to do the same thing. We want to do on match, we should have a player made mistake or something like that. There should be some sort of method for handling when the player makes a mistake. Maybe not. Mistake, target is now. Oh, that's here in the cursor drag stopped. Yes. So what we want to do in this case is we want to first print mistake, target is now. And we say target bubble R was, whoops, I need to do that as a string. Hang on one second. I'll be back in a brief moment, I think. All right, I am back. Thank you for holding. I appreciate it. Okay, so we just need to take the we need to do where do we actually do that? Where is that? Do I have like a helper or something, or I just multiply pixel pose, pixel position 2 units? Oh yeah, I do have a helper function for that. Helper.pixel pose 2 units. So we can take, or wait a minute, do I need to? Yeah, we will need to do that. We will need to do that. Exciting Excel. Is everything okay? You leave multiple times. Yes, everything's okay. Thanks for your concern though, Excel. Yes, actually, my brother. Yeah, it does. I did have to leave a few times there. My brother actually just came because he has to pick up his car. It's parked in my driveway. So I heard him come in the door. But otherwise, Excel, I do take a lot of bathroom breaks because I like to stay hydrated. So I usually do leave multiple times throughout a stream. Okay, so so I have that helper method to convert our pixel position to units. So mistake, but what we want is we want to print the radius of the bubble in units. Which, why don't we open up our helper here? That's fine. I have you in my background, so when you stop speaking, I get concerned. No worries, no worries. Okay, pixel pose 2 units. So it's, yes, we're doing the dividing by pixels per unit. So we need to do, basically I need to copy this thing. Match. Mistake, target is now this. And then let's do target bubble R was, I just want to make sure that we're seeing the same exact numbers on the client and the server. And we're going to do this dot bubbles dot target bubble ID. Oops. Oh, this dot target bubble ID -1. Dot size dot R, but this actually needs to be size dot R divided by canvas wrapper. Yes, okay. All right, so this line is getting too long, but that's okay. Let me just put these on their own, these arguments on their own lines here. Okay, so that would be target bubble R was, then here should be the radius in units that our target bubble thing is. So now we need to say player distance was, to do player distance was, and then we will do another argument here, and this one needs to actually be, here we can actually invoke our helper. So am I already importing helper? Yes. Okay. Bubbles, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and we're gonna do I guess I'll just do it right in here. We'll do math.highpot. Math.highpot. We're going to do the X position of our cursor. How do I get that? let's see. How do I get the... I guess actually we could pull that from the player input object. Player input, that's probably not imported. Player input, player input. Yeah. Okay, so we'll import player input. But we import it like this. Player input. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so player input dot state. Is that what it is? Dot state. Let's see. Pose. Yeah, dot state dot pose. Okay. So we got state dot pose dot x, and we do this. What are we going to do? We're going to convert this to units first. Maybe I'm going to do this. Const pose units, cursor pose units. And we will do equals helper dot pixel pose to units. And then we just pass in player input dot state dot pose. Okay. So then we can do cursor pose units. Cursor pose units. Oh, and then let's do const bubble pose units equals the same thing, helper dot pixel pose to units, and this will be this dot bubbles this dot target bubble ID -1 dot pose, right? Yes. So that should be that, and then we can just do cursor pose units x. So we can do cursor pose units dot x minus bubble pose units dot x, and we can do cursor pose units dot y minus bubble pose units dot y. Bubbles pose. Okay, so that should be what we want there. And all of this is just to prove my own point that I think. All of this is just to prove my own theory correct. So I'm actually wasting probably a bunch of time doing this. But nonetheless, I still want to try this. So, okay, let's make a mistake by just missing this by a hair. Okay, that's kind of weird. All right, that doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe we're just doing the wrong bubbles here. Target bubble R was. Okay, how are we doing this on? Mistake target is now this. Target bubble R was. Oh, all right. Okay. Mistake target is now that. Target bubble radius was that, but that's not right. I guess we do have to do -1 there. Because if I do this now, so if we make a mistake, yeah, we should get errors here, which is good, which is expected. except the server's broken now. All right, so let's go here. We're gonna do another match. So I need to at least pop one bubble, otherwise we're gonna get that error again. Okay, so we pop that one bubble, then I missed this bubble by a hair. Okay. Can't read property pose of undefined in line 80. Oh. Actually. Oh no, that is right. Okay. So let's, all right, so never mind. Don't worry about that. We are going to go to okay. So let's pop two bubbles then. Then we can make just a mistake by this much. There we go. All right, something else is wrong. Mistake target is now this. Target bubble R was 106. Player distance was 1372. All right, so that is really wrong. Am I doing this right? So that very first one, radius was 106, but we came out with a player distance of 931. And here it was 106, but the distance was 1372. Okay, that seems wrong. That seems very wrong. All right, so let's pop purple and then maroon, and then let's just miss gold by a hair. That doesn't make any sense. Now these are both way wrong. The client and the server. Yeah. Okay. Wow, I can't think. Can't think. When you take a few days of vacation, this is what happens. Okay. All right, so mistake. Target is now this. So this is the target bubble ID that we corrected to. But the target bubble radius, okay, the target bubble radius it's not -1. That's the wrong part. So at this point, our target bubble was, let's just say we popped bubble 0, so our target bubble is now 1. All right, so let's use our nice little diagram here. We pop bubble 0, so our target bubble ID is now 1. But let's say we make a mistake. So now we made a mistake. Well, okay, we pop bubble 0, right? So bubble 0 is gone. We see bubble 1, but we made a mistake when we were trying to pop bubble 1. So bubble 0 comes back. So at this point, player match state target bubble ID is 0 because we correct it up here, and then you get down here and you're at 0, which is good. But the problem is we're doing this. Target bubble R was that -1, which in this case would be -1, which doesn't make any sense. Because our target bubble was 1. We were trying to go to 1. So this needs to be a +1, I believe, is what we need. So I do this for both the client and the server. Now let's try. And we should see that we're really close here. Oops. Okay. So now I pop this bubble. Oops. Pop this bubble, and then let's just miss the pink bubble by a hair. All right. So no, we're still not in the same boat here. We can see that on the client it was good. Target is now 1. Target bubble R was 137. Player distance was 178. So that's pretty close. The difference between 137 and 178 is pretty close. But the server said 137 and 937. So that seems really wrong. Let's refresh the clients again. Am I sure I'm doing this correctly here? Oh, whoops. Wait a minute. Hang on. Ah, no. Let's move this back. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm doing it wrong again. Yes. Okay, so this thing needs to be +1 too. Right? Yeah. Wow, this is what a mess. I'm just trying to like print some stuff to the screen and it's going awfully. Okay, so that is right. Target bubble R was, this needs to be +1. I didn't change everything I needed to. That's the problem. Okay. So I think now, but I don't believe myself. I don't trust myself fully here. I think we should have now the correct things we want here. So we're going to pop a couple bubbles. Now let's miss blue by just a hair, just like a pixel. Whoops, which will actually be several units. Okay. So mistake. Target is now 1. Target bubble R was 153. Player distance was 163. 105.7. That's exactly what we got. Now the server has the exact same number. So that is good. Okay. So it was working. I was just logging the wrong things. It helps if you print the right things to the console. Doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, so now we're getting pretty much that same exact number. We're calculating that same exact number, which is good, and logging it. All right. So this one is a little different here. Target is now 1. Target bubble R was 153. Player distance was 263, and here we're 254. The pixels per, the units per pixel is pretty high. So that discrepancy is not super alarming. Here comes Holy Water. It's now following. Hey, here comes Holy Water. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it very muchly. Thanks for hanging out. At least I don't think this discrepancy is bad. 254 versus 263. Because if anything, actually, well, this is when we went out of bounds. Here comes Holy Water. No problem. Your stream is interesting. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Did you Here comes Holy Water. Did you, I'll just call you Holy Water, I guess. Holy Water, did you come over from BeginBot's raid, his stream? I came from Begin's raid. Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Well, yeah. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is when we went out of bounds. And it's a little curious as to why that would... Well, I guess not. I guess actually not. That's probably not that big of a deal. And that's always going to be a little weird. So like if we do another multiplayer game here, and if I move the cursor out of bounds, I think it's always going to be a little bit off. Yeah, so here we have 595, and here on the server we had 611. And I think that's fine. Like, I really don't see that being much of a problem. Here it was significantly different. 579, 881, 1841, 1537. Yeah, and I think when I move the mouse cursor really fast, we're going to see some differences, and that's probably just fine. If I close the console, let's try that. Well, let's clear the console, close it. And let's do a multiplayer match. And then I guess now I can just go like that. Yes, in this case, I got them to match up. Ignore the fact that this blue thing is not centered. Server said cursors out of play, 983, and they come out to being 983, blah, 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 blah. Just a little bit of floating point precision error there, I guess, but that's okay. That is totally fine. Because this number is calculating on the server, this number is calculating on in the browser. So that is actually, mistake target is now 0. Yes, yes. So once I closed the console, that distance was more unified. They're much more closer now. 983.05 units, 983.05082 units. Yes. Okay. So I think I can trust my printing to the console now. So that being said, then let's actually start a new game. And let's see if we can break the states, break the sync between the client and the server. So I can just, basically we just want to play on one of these until we start to see some errors. Whoa. Ah. Whoa. There we go. We had one break. Okay. Yes, that looks good. So now we should be able to see a lot better what the data we're looking for. Okay, so we popped 34. Target is now 35. We generated bubble 42. That's good. Now the server is showing we had made a mistake. But on the client, I guess we didn't make a mistake. Yes, this client doesn't think we made a mistake. Oh, this is only part of the story. didn't even think about this. Okay. Did these mistakes get registered here? Mistake. Target is now 33. 760. Yes. Yes. Okay. So these two mistakes are good. We need to like print the position of the cursor. Or I guess we need to like basically do the same thing we're doing. Yeah, I need to do the same thing on both the client and the server. For every time we pop a bubble, I need to print also the radius of the bubble and the distance the player is from the bubble. So we need to do that when you do a valid pop as well. So let's basically just do this same exact thing, I guess. Let's see here. Popped. Target is now this. Okay. So that is where we also need to get this distance calculation going. Let's see here. So popped. Target is now. Okay, so we need to do. You just popped I, so we need to look at what this. We need to like. We need to do. What is the thing? What is the message we are saying? Target bubble R. Target bubble R was, yeah, we say target bubble R was okay, player okay. And we've got target bubble R was dollar this player.matchstate. Basically take this dot bubbles I dot R, I believe should be what we're looking for. And then player distance. Okay, player distance was, and I think we can do kind of the same exact thing. Wait a minute. Okay, dist. Well, I'm just going to take this. And, okay, we'll put that in there. But instead of this whole shebang, it's just going to be I. That's great. So we can probably just move these up into one line now. Player distance was, and then that. Okay. So that should be good. If we do another multiplayer match here, we pop a bubble. Yes. Okay. So now we're good. Target bubble R was 156. The player distance was 81. That's good. So the radius of the bubble was 156, and when the player tried to pop the bubble, we were 81 units away. The cursor was 81 units away. So that means we were, if our distance from the cursor to the bubble center is less than the radius of the bubble, then we're inside the bubble. Okay, so target bubble R was 156. Player distance was 81. So we just need to do the same thing on the client really quickly. And where do we do popped bubble ID? So we've got target bubble R was. So I think we can do this. But this could, excuse me. Instead of this, it's just going to be the popped bubble ID. And then we just need the one more thing, which is up. We got player distance was, and then this line. Oh, okay. Okay, so we need to calculate that again. So we'll do that. But instead of this, we're doing, instead of this part here, we are doing popped bubble ID. And then we are doing, grabbing this for the player distance. We say player distance was, wait a minute, what? Is that our problem there? We do player distance was dollar this. Whoa, that's not a dollar sign. And then that, I think that's all we need. All right, so let's test this out. Let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, this is boring stuff we're doing right now. I'm sorry, folks. Pretty boring stuff right now. All right, so let's just pop perfectly right in this blue bubble. We should see, so I don't care about that last mistake that was fired, but here we go, pop 0, target is now 1, target bubble R was 171. Player distance was 95, so that is good, and 95.07, and on the server we basically get that same exact number. 95.07. Radius of 171, and we were at 95.07. That is perfect. So that also means like if we the closer we get to the center of that bubble we're supposed to pop, the closer we are to 0, right? So if I kind of get really tight in on what I believe to be the center of that bubble. Yeah, there we go. We got a distance of 7 units. And we see like the same exact number on the server. That is perfect. That is exactly what we're looking for. So now I just want to, ignore the fact, again, I said that before. I think ignore the fact that this blue thing and this red circle here don't actually scale. That's okay. I am aware. All right, so let's refresh. Let's see if we can break it. So I just want to play quickly. I want to play quickly and see if I can. Seems like I can get it to break once every. Whoa. Oh man. I want to play a little recklessly, just because I feel like the more speed you have, the more, according to my calculations, the more speed you have, the more error prone the better the chance we're going to replicate this error, I guess. All right, so we didn't get it there. Let's retry. Oh, what happened there? Oh, the server crashed. Okay, hang on. I got to take a quick bathroom break here. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we had an error on the server and cannot read property input event count of null. Player.matchstate.input event count. Application JS 67. Okay, so that's kind of weird because well, I don't why would cannot read property input oh okay, that's okay. I think that should be fine. Oh, that was weird. Come on. All right, so we didn't have any problems with that. Let's try it again. And again, I kind of want to play a little recklessly to see if I can. There we go. There we go. Yes. Okay, so there we broke it. All right. So now you can see here we've got only 3 bubbles on screen, so that's obviously a problem. So we tried to initialize a bubble that didn't exist. Okay, so all right, now that the time is up, let's look at where this went wrong. Okay, so on the again, every time you pop a bubble, you should receive a new bubble. I should have refreshed after this. Okay, so match ended, match started. Okay, so here's our new match. We popped 0, target is now 1. We popped 1, target is now 2. So after bubble 2, we already had some errors. Because we popped 2, target is now 3, but we didn't receive the new bubble. We didn't receive bubble 10 from the server for that. So the server, yes, so the server says popped 0, target is now 1. Which looks good. We should have similar numbers there. Target bubble R was 148 and player distance was 66.72. Yes. Popped 1. Target is now 2. Target bubble radius was 193 and our player distance was 90.4. Yes, that looks great. Mistake. Target is now 1. So target bubble radius, wait a minute, that's weird. All right, hang on, this is weird. Because why did it just so happen that these happen to have the same exact numbers? Target is now 2. Target bubble R was 193. Target bubble R was 193. Okay, that's kind of weird. $141. That's really weird. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try to replicate the error again, because those numbers look a little funky. Oops, let's clear the console. Start a new game. Oh, there we got an issue. Yep, okay. All right, so we broke it again. That's good. Okay, so let's see how far we made it before things went bad. So we generated bubble 36, popped 28, so that seems to be the last good spot here. Popped bubble 28, target is now 29. Target bubble R was 193. What is it with these 193 numbers here? That's weird. Okay. Okay. Yes, so we can see this now. Popped 28, target is now 29. Target bubble R was 193. Player distance was 49. So we're 49 units away from the center of the bubble when we popped it. And we received bubble 36, and the server generated bubble 36. So that is good. Next move is weird. So according to the server, there was a mistake. Target is now 28, so we go back. We revert back to bubble 28 as our target. Target bubble R was 153, so that was the radius of bubble 29, but our distance was registered as 191. So popped 29, target is now 30, target bubble R was 153, player distance was 107. Yes, so this is the problem here. Now, I guess what we could technically, well, I don't know. We don't need to. We know that the mouse input events, cursor positions are different. That's why these player distance numbers are different. So there's not really anything special, I guess. I guess what I need to do now is simply kind of do what Neris originally said way back in the chat, which is actually send the mouse click, the position of the mouse click, which we already are doing, but we just need to actually use that. So it's pretty easy to replicate this issue. Like practically every match I tried, I could at least replicate the issue once. So we have a pretty high failure rate. Oh, as far as that's concerned, it's not like some bug that only occurs 1 in every 100 matches. We pretty much got it to occur at least once in every, well, all you can do is once. But we pretty much were able to replicate the issue once per match. So I think what we really need to do is on the server, when we do, did I get rid of this dist? Yeah, I did. Okay, I'll just get rid of that. So what we need to do on the server is just simply player cursor moved. Where's player click? Player down. Player cursor down. So what we need to do is actually try to update maybe we do a player cursor move. We call player cursor move from here and then update the position. Maybe that's what we do. Player cursor moved. player and the position. Let's just try that. Let's see what happens here if we just try that. So if I go here and now let's see if we can avoid any issues. Okay, we did 70. All of that looks pretty good. Let's go back to those mistakes here. Mistake target is now 64, 199, 49. Okay, 30, 51, 98, 67, 109, 73, 81. Those are all looking really nice now. 47, 65, 71, 93, 47, 65, 71, 93, 76, 76, 8, 49, 18, 21. Yeah. I think maybe just doing that is all we really needed to do. Let's just try it again for kicks. Oop. Oh. Man, I keep missing that. Okay. $57, $58, $57, $58, $36, $75, $43, $61, $61, $34, $49. Let's go to the mistake. We have a mistake somewhere. There's some mistakes. So, and our mistake position should be very similar there. For the distances 15, 18, 154, 29, 1594, 182. Yeah, that is all looking pretty good. The only thing I need to do now is like, I should have something where I like send the, just for debug purposes, instead of me like eyeballing these by hand, maybe I could have it so that like we spit all of these out to the server. The client like uploads that full array of logs to the server, and then the server compares them and says, oh yeah, we're all within, you know, and I just kind of automate the testing that way. Let's just do one more 30-second match and just make sure. So I'm pretty sure what we've done is all we've really needed to do. Whoa. And again, I kind of want to play recklessly if I can. Yeah, I'm playing, you know, I'm trying to move faster than I normally would. Whoa. Just to kind of get, you know, some more crazy fast mouse movements and everything. Wow. Yeah, 67, or popped 59, 59, 57. Yeah, popped 58, 59, 24. Yeah, this is all looking pretty good now. So now all I'm doing to fix the issue, really, I mean, we've been streaming for 4 hours now. And I mean, we fixed the one issue in the beginning, which really wasn't that big of a deal. And all we did was now on the player cursor down event with the position that comes in, I'm just updating. I'm making sure we're moving our cursor to that position first. And then that sets whether or not the current bubble is traversed, and then we're then processing that click and seeing if it was the correct thing. So actually, I think this is probably a pretty good idea. Well, I don't know. It's a little, maybe a little bit. I mean, I think the only thing that could maybe make things like more, and I don't know if we need this much precision, but the only thing that could make things more like robust would be like sending timestamps from the client. So then the server could say, okay, here's the order that we need to make sure we're actually processing the events that come in. Because then we could kind of make sure things happen in sequence. But, because like, for example, we could move, well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we probably don't actually need that much precision. Like, I feel like that's not going to affect the gameplay in any like meaningful way. And I guess what I mean to say, what I'm trying to say is, for example, we're sending the mouse click and the mouse movement separately. Aqua Cliff, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. So we're sending the mouse movements and cursor, the mouse clicks separately. So like if we somehow process, the reason why I say like we could only make it better by like sending the actual like timestamps with which these events happen is because we could say that like if there was a valid mouse down on the client that popped the bubble, but then the next mouse movement was right outside of the bubble, then we flip. Like what would happen is, let's say we processed the movement outside of the bubble first. Like let's just say that's how the event reached the server first. And then we go back into the bubble to process the click. So technically we're kind of showing that the cursor went outside the bubble and then back in, even though that's not what happened in real life. But I feel like we'd probably be okay in that event. The only thing, like the only way I could see like really figuring that out would be to like just print all of the mouse movement data to the console, like every single mouse movement, or at least just save it and then print it at the end of the game, or save it in a CSV file or something. So like the server would print all of its, dump all of its mouse movement data, and maybe I could do the same thing on the client, just kind of print it right at the end of the game. And then I could kind of like go through and like just look and make sure that all of those individual mouse update things, because I could kind of say each mouse update could, the ID for like that input event could kind of be like the timestamp attached to it. But I don't know. I don't know if we need to get that crazy. I mean, we would if there were some sort of weird bugs that happened every once in a while where like it would think you. Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is like these desynchronization things. Because if the server says one thing was a mistake, and if there's just some slight chance that the server says one thing is a mistake, I have no way of right now correcting the client. So it's really just a matter of making sure the server is really getting the correct data. Because then if it's getting the data it needs, then it should never say anything other than what the client says. I don't know if any of that's making sense, but all right. So I'm trying right now to think about, well, it's probably good enough that I can just ignore. Let's just do one more 30-second match just to see. Let's do just one more. Oh. Ah. Yeah, I mean, everything's fine here. Pop 62, target is now 63. Target bubble radius was 120. Target bubble distance was 36. Yeah, I mean, everything is pretty fine right now. And I kind of feel like that probably is good enough. Like I think that probably will be good enough for forever. Like I don't think we have to worry too much. So the one thing I think, the one thing I think we could maybe start looking at now is maybe minifying. Maybe starting to minify our the amount of data we're sending. Yeah, actually, let's go back and look. Let's go back and look at that now. Now that we've on the server side here, we can kind of measure the bytes that we are getting in. Actually, I guess we don't really need to remove those console logs for right now. So once we connect, Exciting Excel is now following. Thanks, Exciting Excel. I appreciate it. Good luck, man. I am off. Hey, thank you very much, Excel. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, so let's look at, I just want to look at the size, the amount of data that we're sending currently. So the server right now is logging the number of bytes that it is receiving over WebSockets. So let's try that again. Let's refresh the server. So just from like one client, oh. Oh my goodness. This is awful. Okay. All right, so let's see. We sent 137,000 bytes, 137,000 bytes from one client in 30 seconds over the 30-second match. So yeah, let's again, if we, let's go to our config file here, and if we change this to 120, we should see that 137,000 be more or less doubled in our case here. Oh. Okay. 246,000. Okay, so that is about double there. That's good. 137,000 to 246,000, about double. So that's looking pretty good. Let's make this 1,000 just for kicks. So this is sending one. This should be sending basically my native mouse update rate, 1,000 hertz. It's sending one of those updates per second. So we go here, we go here. Whoa. And that only sent 254,000, which is kind of interesting. Let's do this. Let's do this, check that again here. So, whoops, let's actually restart the server here. Ooh, I didn't want to really change that. Let's start a game. Oh, wait a minute. 244,000. Yeah, that's interesting. But when we go to 60, we pretty much limit that. We pretty much limit that down to, like, so even if I don't really pop bubbles but just move the mouse around, this really shouldn't go much above 140 something thousand in mouse updates in our 30-second game. Perfect. 144,000. Yes. Okay. 144,000 bytes. Sorry, I should say, not mouse updates. Limpid Kazonix is now following. Limpid, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Really do. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Well, I'm printing the number of bytes that the server is receiving from the client. And the way I'm doing that is, actually, I'm not printing the exact number of bytes that are coming from the client. I'm printing the number that I'm sending as far as my application is concerned, as far as my game is concerned. Which basically I'm taking like a, I have a JavaScript object on the client side, and then I'm converting it to a JSON string, a string of bytes that are in JSON format. We fire that off. And then I'm just measuring the size of that string that we get on the server side, basically. And I'm incrementing that as time goes on. And I'm printing that on a 1 second loop. So that's what you're seeing with these numbers here. So like if our server restarts, we see app started, and then it's just printing zeros here every second. And then as soon as I do something like send in a, as soon as I send in a connection request here for a multiplayer game or a find match command, now we see it says 23. So it has received one find match request from the client, which turns out to be 23 bytes long in terms of JSON string length. So then when I click that on the other one, we can see that we go up to 46 for a second there. And now we've got already 2,356 because we're sending now a bunch of updates per second. But as long as no one's moving a mouse or anything, then that number of bytes we're getting doesn't increase. So our client is not just sending a fixed like mouse update every 60 seconds. If the mouse doesn't move, it doesn't send an update. So that I think is fine to do. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. And I really wanted to kind of look at why I really wanted to make sure I was truly limiting the amount of data we would send to the server. Canhorn is now following. Whoa. White Panther has raided. Wow. Raid. Wow. Another raid. This is, I'm very blessed. Thank you, Panther. Thank you, White Panther, very much. I appreciate that muchly. Crazy. Raid. Bunch of stuff. Gab Coco is hanging out there. All right, sorry. A couple follows popped up. I got what? We got Canhorn there. Vicious X has followed. Thank you, Vicious X, for the follow. I greatly appreciate that. Finite Singularity has followed. Thank you, Finite Singularity, for the follow. I really appreciate that. Gab Coco. Tyrannosaur, what's up? Not a whole lot. Cian Horn. Did I say that wrong? Cian Horn. Oh, I gotcha. Nah, say Canhorn. It's funnier. Nice. Good deal. Well, thanks again, White Panther. I really appreciate it. Really do. I guess I'll give you and your followers a little update on what's going on. And I see Gab Coco, familiar face. Gab Coco, please explain your game. I will, Gab. Let's do it. All right. Well, first of all, I'm working on a game. Just developing a little stupid browser game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, actually. Populus.gg. I put the link in the chat down there. I popped 33 bubbles. Am I pro yet? Almost C4. Maybe get like 36, and I will. I'll count you as pro. We'll add you to the pro ESL pro game roster, whatever. Couldn't think of anything else to say about that. C4 is now following. Thank you, C4. I really appreciate that. P. Brunoster Node. Yes. The back end is all Node.js. The front end is all vanilla JavaScript, vanilla JS, basically. Nothing fancy. I'm not using any libraries or engines or anything or frameworks. Just browser APIs and whatnot. So I'll explain that a little more. White Panther is now following. Thank you, White Panther. And again, thank you for the raid. It was very generous. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that. The pleasure is all mine. Well, no, I think it's mine. I think it's mine in this case. Not trying to argue with you, White Panther, but it's definitely mine. Adverwer7 has followed. Thank you, Adverwer. Adverwer7. Sorry. I'm bad with names. So, anyway, I'll explain Populus here. You can go to populus.gg. The link should be in the chat there, not too far up. It's a game where you pop bubbles. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of like a kindergartner game. Basically, these bubbles pop up, these colors here in this circle, and you have to pop them in the order that they appear here. So starting with this red one. So to pop a bubble, you just hover your mouse over it, and you press the space bar or click. And you basically just kind of go and try to see how many you can get in 30 seconds. So you got 30 seconds. Your timer is here. It's ticking down. And, yeah, it's kind of just a simple little aim trainery kind of game. You said it right. Oh, nice. I'm glad I got it. Dennis, 31 bubbles. P. Brunoster, FPS trainer, I think you were trying to say there. FPS trainer. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of an aim trainer. I wasn't setting out to make an aim trainer kind of thing, but it's kind of like that. My best record in my third attempt. Nice. Yeah, it's just kind of a dumb little game. And there's a tutorial, which you can try, which is basically what I already explained to you, how that kind of works. And right now I'm working on multiplayer. So I want the game to kind of be a one-on-one kind of game. So you basically would race another player head-to-head. We've had a meeting, and the board would like to know when you will implement a leaderboard. C4, I hear you. Yes, I would like to get to that at some point. Think of the stockholders. Nice. Yes, that is kind of the plan. I would like to do a ranking thing, kind of like an ELO ranking system. So between kind of once I actually implement the one-on-one, once we're kind of rolling with that, I'd like to have basically just like the chess rankings, ELO. Populus, NASDAQ 2021. Nice, Gab. It sounds good to me. It sounds pretty good to me. Publicly traded. Yeah. So I'll do a little demo of the multiplayer right now, in my development version here. So if I got two browsers, we can queue up for a multiplayer game, and you can see both browsers get like the same set of bubbles. And I know there's a bunch of weird things on the screen with this. Don't really have to worry about that right now. But basically, the players would pop the same bubbles, just kind of their own copies of those bubbles. So like if I pop 6 bubbles on this player here, you'll see they kind of match up. So, or wait a minute, I missed one there. We have to do one. Never mind. They matched up. Don't worry, that wasn't a bug. If you caught what you saw there, that looked weird. Yeah, so it's the multiplayer. I want to kind of come up with maybe a better idea than what I currently have. Like I feel like this isn't super compelling. Just kind of going head to head against someone else. Like you're popping the same bubbles, which is cool, but it'd be better maybe if there was something a little more exciting. So I have another mode. That I'll show quickly here. And I don't plan on having multiple game modes other than single player and multiplayer. I don't plan on having any sort of multiple game modes as far as multiplayer goes. But I'm kind of playing around with the idea of having also this kind of competitive mode here where basically you pop the same bubbles. You and the other player are popping the same exact bubbles. So I don't know if you're catching this here, but as I'm popping bubbles on this player here, this player's screen is also updating and doing the same thing. So it's kind of like you're both trying to pop the same exact bubble before the other player. And that's kind of it's kind of a frustrating mode from my testing with it. So I'm trying to find maybe some sort of balance between the two. P. Bruno Stir, do you suggest some free or cheap node hosting? I mean, I could tell you what I've been. I use DigitalOcean. But as far as, I mean, basically you just get a Ubuntu server and then that's pretty much all you get. They do have like a node preset, which is kind of nice, which is actually what I've done. But Heroku is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know too much about Heroku. I mean, other than hearing it about it. But I just kind of went with DigitalOcean because I've kind of used it before with other things and whatnot and blah, 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 blah. But we'll see. We'll see what I end up. I mean, for now, that's what I'll probably be sticking with. But yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just going for a server there. Just a Ubuntu server in the cloud, basically, what you get with that, and you have to set up a bunch of stuff and whatever. But as for something that's kind of like ready to go with Node out of the box, I'm not familiar with anything. White Panther, there are some gotchas with the setup, like with everything though. Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm not familiar with anything that would be like Node specific, like you could just, like it's somehow just, like you just say, I want to deploy my Node app here, and I do it, and then it just works. I'm not familiar with anything like that. I'm sure there are some things like that. Maybe that's what Heroku does. I don't know, but For me, I just have a server in the cloud, and I put my stuff there, basically. For example, don't use dev dependencies in package.json with Heroku or your build will fail. Learn that the hard way. Gotcha. Interesting. Does Heroku use the dev dependencies or something? Or is it like I guess I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to ask there. I think it ignores them. Gotcha. Which is what it should do, right? I mean, you know, like obviously if I'm for types and TS, etc., you need all your deps in the main deps. Gotcha. Nice. Well, White Panther, what have you been working on? I haven't seen your stream, White Panther, I must admit. I believe I've seen your name's familiar, so I believe I've seen you in my suggested and stuff. And I don't watch enough Twitch, to be honest. But I guess you're also a web developer of some kind, TypeScript, something like that. Doing something. So, been building all my custom Twitch overlays and stream games back end in Node TypeScript using webhooks from Twitch and grabbing events from tmi.js and sending over WebSockets to all sorts of front end apps. Wow, nice. So you stream games, but you're a web developer, so you're kind of doing web development to help streaming stuff, if I'm following correctly. Stream games are rudimentary. Drop and throw my avatar somewhere. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Nice. Okay. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I basically all the stuff you said there, doing a lot of Twitch side development kind of stuff. I don't know anything about really, so that is cool. Yeah, so right now, what I'm kind of looking at is trying to what I've been working on right before you so graciously rated me, White Panther, was I've been trying to just kind of doing a little analysis on the amount of data my clients send up to the server for the mouse input, for the mouse movement stuff. The server is basically running like the same copy, not the same copy of the game, but kind of parsing everything to make sure the clients, it's basically running its own check of the game. Like both clients send their mouse data up to the server, then the server checks the mouse position with the bubbles and everything, and makes sure everything kind of comes out A-okay. So I want to make sure that the clients are trying to make sure that I'm sending kind of a reasonable amount of data to the server. I'm not sending too much. So I've been kind of measuring the amount of bytes. Currently, I'm just sending JSON. And I don't really want to actually do that. I've been doing that just for testing things, and that's fine. But obviously JSON could be pretty bloated, and there's overhead of encoding, decoding JSON, whatever. Versus just sending like maybe a raw byte array, an array buffer. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Ryan K. Hawkins is now following. Ryan K. Hawkins, thank you very much. I appreciate the follow. I really do. So, I would like to switch over to using some sort of array buffer for sending our sending our data back and forth betwixt client and server. So on the, where is, I try to keep all my client code on the, just a little side note here. I keep all my client code in the right hand pane here. That's the right side, right? Yeah, I'm left-handed and this is the left. Okay. And then in the left pane here, I keep all my server code. And I've just been doing that for my own sanity's sake, I guess we'll say. So I already kind of started doing a little test of, where is my little test? I guess right now we can actually really start digging into Is this it? Yes, I think this is it. All right, so I did like a little side test of kind of speed test between using like a JSON object of something versus using like a byte array. And I'd like to maybe actually really start looking at that now. So, what else do we have here? So now I'm in I have a new little file opened up here, basically just a test.js file. And I'd like to look at, okay, we've got two things. We're doing the JSON parse, and we are doing, okay. Yes, okay. So if we do node test.js, this maybe isn't that big of a deal, but we can see here this is just a little test.js file. This is a single just JavaScript file. That's it. I'm running it with Node. Basically, it runs two different things. It runs one thing that I call test0. And we can see that one took 492 milliseconds. And then we ran a second one. We can see that took pretty much 10 times, it was 10 times faster. So those things that we are doing here are the top one here, test0. What that is doing is that's taking what I'm calling the a JSON payload. So I'm taking this just anonymous JavaScript object here. Basically, it's got a property that's called C, a property X, a property Y. And the C, I'm kind of pretending that, again, this is just like a little test thing that has nothing to do with anything with my game, with Populus. But I'm kind of trying to mimic a little bit of what I might actually be using for Populus. So I have this little C property for our JSON object, or for our object that will become JSON, which I'm just pretending that's the command name, maybe. Like, so I kind of would have a kind of like an enumeration or something of commands that could be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just use the number 14 kind of arbitrarily. And then I am sending some mouse position data, which I believe I will end up using 16-bit numbers to represent our positions. So I am doing an X and a Y property that are just supposed to be X and Y positions of the mouse cursor, for example. And then I'm stringifying that. And I just put that into a variable called JSON payload. And then here I have some more setup that is what I'm calling the byte payload, which is basically the same kind of data, just with using array buffers, using typed arrays, and I'm doing a 6-byte long uint 8 array, byte array here. And then at byte 0, we're putting our 14, which would be our command. And then at bytes, well, we have an extra byte of padding on there. Or at least I'm treating it kind of as that. And then we are doing, wait, what is this? Hose 8. Oh, okay. So then we are taking our like 16-bit number integers, putting those into an array, and those are our mouse positions, our X and Y coordinate of our mouse cursor. Putting that into a int 16 array. Then I'm taking the buffer from that int 16 array and then creating a new uint 8 array. But basically just a new, or no, sorry, I'm not taking a new, just creating a new view on that 16-bit data. That's what I'm doing here. Factual weirdo, what's happening? Not a whole lot, factual weirdo. We are just taking a look at my some ideas I have for kind of trying to send as minimal amount of data as possible from our client to the server. Because we're sending a lot. We're sending mouse updates from the client every 60th of a second. So we're sending 60 mouse updates per second. So I'm trying to think about ways that I can kind of minimize that amount of data that's being sent and or just reduce the amount of overhead that would be spent on kind of parsing that data as well. So, so basically, I have my kind of two tests. I have my JSON test and my byte array test. We can see that the byte array test comes out, the raw array, or I should say array buffer test, comes out 10 times faster than the JSON test. And really what that is mostly the amount of processing time. So this JSON.parse is kind of the thing that's slow in this case, right? Because we're basically parsing this message every time. And then, but for our array buffer case, we're basically just creating a new, well, we technically are creating a new, what do you want? My wife just dumped my cat down here, so. All right. He doesn't like being down in the basement when he knows somebody's upstairs. Factual weirdo. JSON is probably quite inefficient, isn't it? In terms of payload size. Yes, for sure, for sure. I mean, depending on what you're, depending on the amount of data you're sending, maybe you don't really care or whatever. I kind of want to send as little as, I want the payloads to be as small as possible, or what, I'd like them to be as small as possible and kind of parsing them be as quickly as, be able to parse them as quickly as possible. Yeah, so in my case here, I'm sending 6 for the byte array, my case where I'm testing a byte array, or an array buffer, I should say. I'm sending my byte array is six bytes versus the JSON one is, 1 byte. Well, it's a byte for that opening, for the open brace, then a byte here, 2 more bytes, a third, but this is like 20 something bytes by the time we're done. So if I CLG JSON payload dot length, yeah, 26 bytes for the JSON versus 6 bytes for just sending an array buffer. Not to mention way longer to actually parse, calling JSON.parse versus just opening a view, a uint 8 array view on our byte payload, and then array buffer that would come in over WebSockets, and then just pulling that single byte out, and then I got a little switch case to figure out which command would the client sent to the server, or vice versa. This could go both ways, client and server. So yeah, 26 over 6 is what, over 4 times as big. So so JSON, yeah, is a lot of extra data. And this could be just, this is a good example here where it won't necessarily be 26 bytes all the time because it's converting, but it could be up to 26 bytes because if we have a 5-digit number, that's 5 bytes versus like here we got just a 3-digit number, so we've got 3 bytes. Take it easy, buddy. Sorry, loud kitten up there. So our JSON string length will vary for the most part, but we could really kind of make it uniform with the array buffer. Just, it would be always 6 bytes, and maybe in the best case scenario, we could get it down to, what we'd shave 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes off of our 26 bytes for the JSON one. So still quite a bit more data that we'd be sending with JSON. So actually, the one thing I want to test and see if it works is I'd like to start using, so I'll explain this here. I'm using a generic unit system for Populus on the server side. So when you play, obviously a one-on-one game, the clients could have totally different screen sizes, right? So the bubble widths and sizes and positions are all, relative to the size of the screen, the size of the canvas. So ignore the fact that this blue and red thing didn't scale with the rest of the window. Don't worry about it. So I'm using kind of this generic unit scale that I call units versus pixels. And what it is always the server. Well, let's go back in here. The size of our play area here is always 1,000 units. The radius of this play area is always 1,000. So anytime I scale the window, our unit size doesn't change. Just our pixels per unit value changes. And then we just recalculate and scale everything. But in terms of the actual number of units we're using for all these, those don't change. So this purple bubble here always has the same unit radius no matter what. So that's what the server uses. And then the clients basically convert their pixel values of the mouse position and everything into the unit space and then send that off to the server. So I think that works pretty nicely. But the one thing is, and I think I can get away with this, I think I can get away with this without breaking anything. I have play area radius units, 1,000. So that's where I'm specifying the 1,000 units. It's just an arbitrary number for the most part. In fact, I made it 1,000 because I thought that might give us the most precision. So the radius is 1,000. The radius of this circle is 1,000 units, and the position of the center of the circle is considered x0, y0. So you're somewhere in this 1,000. Well, it's a 2,000. Our circle is then 2,000 units wide, 2,000 units tall. It's a circle, the diameter of 2,000 units. And you're somewhere from positive 1,000 units x here to negative 1,000 units x. Because at the time, I thought, well, sending JSON, that would kind of give me a small amount of digits to actually send. Like I could round those to the nearest integer. So your mouse position is somewhere in this 1,000 units thing, and I could round it to like 1,000, to some sort of number would be less than 1,000. And then we send that to the server, and then everything is technically okay. But what I kind of want to do is I was thinking of maybe making this a 16-bit number. So 32 assigned 16-bit integer. So from 32,768, positive 32,768, all the way down to negative 32,760, well, positive 32,767. I don't know. Is that what the number is? Or am I just crazy? 2 to the 16. $65 unique values divided by 2. Yeah. So 32,767 as the top positive number, all the way down to negative 32,768 technically, but we could maybe just make it 7. So from positive 32,767 to negative 32,767. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I've been pounding the fluids, and I think that's all I need to say about that. So don't go anywhere unless you want to, but I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Whoops. Okay. P. Brunoster. Yes, a C struct would be perhaps smaller. Yes, so that's kind of what I'm trying to do here is, I mean, technically it's just a, you know, with JavaScript's typed array support, you kind of get like a struct kind of thing like you would have in C. Not as intuitive as it would be. And for whatever reason, it's also slow, ironically, compared to if you just created your own class or something in JavaScript. From my own testing, it's slow. I mean, there might be something I'm doing wrong or something, whatever, but yes, that's kind of what I'm trying to go for. P. Brunoster. And while plug my Discord with White Panthers crew here. A lot of them still hanging out. So I have a Discord server. Just set it up not that long ago, maybe a month or two ago now. So I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better at Discord and trying to get better at updating things and keeping things going on there. So it's not a lot of people on there, but if you feel so moved, you can go ahead and join the Discord server. And I'd like to get better at updating things and trying to whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think you get the gist. So so I would like to try to, like, maybe what we can do is instead of, we could change play area radius units to, instead of 1,000, we can now change it to 32,767. We would do that. So I could maybe change this just kind of like this. We go in here and then we do maybe math.pow. Math.pow, we do 2 to the 16. And then we do -1. Okay, so we did that, and then our config file now should show. So what I have going on here is I have this config.js we're looking at is like a master configuration file for both the client and the server. And then when my script that runs the server that I start the application on, what that does is it listens for, there's a file system watcher set up in a Node.js file fs watcher. And then when it sees that this master config.js file changed, then it basically renders out 2 new kind of computed copies of the config file to the client and the server folders. So like if I open my client folder here, client config.js folder, we should see that we have, oh, whoops, I did that wrong. Yes, this is now the top integer. Coder's Gem is now following. Coder's Gem, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, where did this? Yeah, play area radius units is 65. Yeah, I did this wrong. I need to divide by 2. and then do -1. So we need to go here. We need to go back here. We do 2 to the 16th divided by 2, then -1. And that should give us our 32,767, if I'm not mistaken. So now, like when I save this file here, we should see this just automatically change. In theory. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's different. 32,767. Perfect. This number is derived from that, but that's exactly what we were looking for there. So in theory, we should be fine. And if I actually start up a competitive game, which first off, let's go to, let's actually mute this stupid set interval that's going on the server. There we go. So now let's fire up a competitive game. That's a little too big. But we should be logging, we should see on our client, and oh my goodness. Okay. So the positions look fine. Okay, I don't know if you can even tell, but all the bubble radii are like really tiny. But I think the positions are okay. Or maybe not. No, the bubble positions are fine. So something really awful happened. Oh, okay, I know what it is. This thing. So this thing is a hard-coded unit position. And yeah, okay. So I've got some hard-coded unit positions, and I need to change those in my configuration file. So let's do that right now. Let's just see what we got here. So yeah, because everything, I was assuming before that everything was 1,000 units. So there's some hard-coded unit values that are taking this, that need to be recomputed based upon our new number. So that's the problem. So the first thing, it looks like we've got, I guess we can just kind of go, this one should be fine. Max bubble distance units, I think we see that on the client. The 32,567, so it's like 200 units less. That's good. Oh. Okay, actually, we do have a problem here. We've got bubble radius units. This needs to be like 0.1 times play area radius units, if that makes sense. So let's do play area radius units times 0.1. This would be play area radius units times 0.2. And then we've got max distance units. We've got bubbles on screen count, match time length, prog meter width units. So this would be play area radius units times 0.143. Let me see if what I'm doing is right here. Yes. Okay. So we're already kind of halfway there. Maybe we need to round these. Yeah, I should probably round these so that just we don't have all this extra bloat on here. Anyway. Yeah, this is good. So then let's take this one. This one would be play area radius units times 1.350. That's fine. So that's fine. Let's see what else we got here. Radius, pixel scale of canvas height. Yeah, that's fine. Bubble, Y between units. This needs to be 0.1. It needs to be that times 0.1. Shrink rate, radius percentage, bubble radius units. This needs to be that times 0.175. Height units. This needs to be play area radius units times 0.9665. Prog pose X units. Okay, that's fine. Just want to look for any other unit things. Any other, no. Crash position marker radius. Yeah, that's in pixels. It's the tutorial stuff. Those are ratios. Ooh. Text pose X units. This needs to be that times 1.6 or 1.6. And we've got that, and that should be all fine. So if we refresh, we hit play. Yeah, everything should be kind of back to normal now. Whoa. Did I make a mistake there? Mistake. Pretty sure I made a mistake. All right, hang on 1 second here. I'm going to be right back. Quick thing here. All right, I am back. Now, I have kind of a problem here. because I've now like successfully made it so let's just test everything out here real quick. I've now made it so that our unit scale is now using the real new 32,000 number or whatever, which is good. Oh, the tutorial, I missed one on the tutorial. That's funny. It's a really tiny little bubble there. Okay. Maybe because am I using a hard-coded size for that bubble in the tutorial? Yeah, I might be. Let's check that out. So let's look on the client. I'm gonna go tutorial. Bubble 1, radius 250. Yes, that's the problem. Okay, so let's do step 1 bubble. I guess we'll have step 1 bubble radius units. Step 1 bubble radius units. And that will just be play area radius units times 0.1. Step 1 bubble radius units. So then, that's not what I wanted to do. So then we go here. Wait a minute. Oh, that's what, okay. Hang on a second. What, 0.1? Where did I get that from? 0.2. That's what this should be. 0.2. Our units then would then be config.tutorial.step 1 bubble radius units. Brilliant. And now we see that step 1 bubble radius units is some really long number. Annoying number. Ordinary Boy 98 is now following. Ordinary Boy, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, I kind of want to round these. But it'd be nice to round them without actually rounding them. Without actually putting math.round in all of these things. That'd be kind of annoying. Maybe I could create like a function or something. Maybe our config file could have like a function and then take in that. Like maybe we could have, yeah, this is JavaScript. You can do kind of whatever you want, regardless of how good that actually is. So we can do, okay, I could probably just do a little thing like this. Like I could just do a function. Get units, and then we just do multiplier, a multiplier here, and then we just return play area radius units times the multiplier. Oh, and we do it we round it. We call this get units, and we math.round that number right there, just like that. And then wherever we use that, okay, we do get units, and we just pass in 0.1. We do get units. Ah, come on. VS Code thinks it's so clever. All right. Get units. There we go. Not that, but that. There we go. Actually, I like this. Now I got like kind of nice little syntax highlighting for anytime I'm using anything with units. So this is fine. We can leave that. Anytime we have a play area radius units. Yes, exactly. So we do get units. Oh no, we don't need to use it here. We do get units times that. We do it here. Get units. Get units. That's fine. Here we do get units. Whoops. Now, I have one little problem here. Play area radius units. Get units. You know what? I should probably just find and replace. How about this? Should have thought of that before, huh? There we go. Look at that. That's 21st century technology right there. Well, 20th century. Get units. Okay, and then we have some other get units somewhere. Here we go. And here. Nice. And this thing died, so we need to redo that. Cannot read property. Port of undefined. Oh, so is our... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, this should be fine. Do we just have a... Do I need to manually run this? Do I need to manually run build config.ps1? That might be what I need to do. /build config.ps1. Oh boy. Oh. Is it really that simple? Yes. Excellent. Love it when it's... Uh-oh, maximum call stack size exceeded. Okay, so I did break something here really badly. Okay, so we went into a recursive... We went into recursive infinity here. Config.js 19... Okay. Range error, maximum call stack size exceeded. Config.js 19. Can't I do that? Maybe we should move this up. What if we do this? Let's just try this. Nope, same thing. Let's see what we got. Let's see what the problem is here. Get units. Function. Get. Oh my goodness. Here's what I did wrong. I did my find and replace on play area radius units. Actually, that is a little suspicious there. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is what I did. I did my find and replace. So the line before looked like this. The line, or wait a minute, sorry, not that. It looked like this. So my line before, it looked like this. Math.round, play area radius units times multiplier that comes in through get units. But I did my find and replace on play area radius units star and then space. And what I replaced that with was this, get units, parenthesis there. And then what I did was I accidentally, so we just created this perfect recursive infinite loop here by saying function get units, the multiplier that comes in basically just rounds that. We just infinitely recursed there. Okay. All right. That should be better. There we go. We run it. We got an actual config file here. Fantastic. And we actually have some nice now whole integers here rather than those really ridiculously long decimal numbers with just some little tiny insignificant number on the end. So now this is exactly what we want. I just did a terrible mistake. That was pretty much all that there was. So now we can just node start server.js and we are off to the races, maybe. Let's refresh some clients here, make sure everything is good. Let's do the tutorial. That is almost good, except the position is wrong. And I know why. We still, the position of our bubble here is still in using hard-coded unit space. So let's go ahead and take care of that right now, shall we? So in our tutorial.js, I am still doing a position here, pose units x. Yes, these are still hard-coded units. So what we want to do is actually put those in the config file. So we're going to go down to tutorial. We are going to find step 1 bubble radius units. We're going to first say, or then we're going to say, step 1 bubble pose x units. And we're going to say get units. And we are going to do 0.25 for that. And then for step 1 bubble pose y units, we're going to do get units. We're going to do negative 0.3. Cool. And if we go back to config, we should find this same thing. There we go. So now we've got a step 1 bubble pose y units and that. Awesome. That's looking pretty good there. And if we weren't rounding, so let's get rid of the round again here. Let's just return this times this. We end up with these really awful floating point numbers. Yeah, we end up with 8191.75. Oh, which maybe that's right. I don't know. That doesn't seem right, though. I guess that is right. And then we end up with 8192. Okay. 8192, it's a nice power of 2. So that's kind of weird that it would... I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. All right. So I think everything is looking pretty good. Oh, we need to actually use this in the tutorial now. How about that? So now we go to our tutorial. We are going to go to canvas wrapper size pixels per unit. Okay. That's fine. So this just needs to be now Oh, wait a minute. No, up here it needs to be config.tutorial.step one bubble pose x units, and then pretty much the same exact thing, but the y. Config.tutorial.step one bubble y units. So now we do tutorial. There we go. We're back to the tutorial the way it was before. Looks good. Here we've got the arrows in the right position. Everything's looking pretty nice. Cool. We still need to fix our tutorial. We've got some issues with this because we've changed kind of how the game handles things. So that the tutorial is still broken currently. In fact, did I update that on the Trello? I don't think so. Tutorial issues after removing let's see here. After the sorry, just updating Trello here real quick. After the pushing keys that shouldn't be pushed. Tutorial has bugs after the checkpoint system has been removed. All right, I'll remember what that means. Beautiful. Okay. And we're back there. Okay, great. So let's actually play a competitive game here now. All this stuff is looking good. Let's play a competitive game now. Yeah, everything is looking pretty good, I think. Whoa. All right. Hey, what happened to player popped a... Oh, we switched over to the... That's right. We switched... Am I right here? Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I think we are over in the shared bubble mode currently. Yes, okay. So I need to just... That's the problem. Okay, so let's remove shared bubble mode real quick. Config, shared bubble mode. We need to set that to false. All right, we got this, we got that, and let's see how we're doing. Yes, now we're printing positions here, so let's, whoa. I'm trying to be a little reckless, again, because of the issues we were experiencing earlier. It's kind of nice to just make sure that everything comes out nicely. Okay, cool. Again, if we look on the client, we should see, let's see, popped. Bubble received 65, bubble generating 65. Pop 57, target is now 58. Bubble is 4442, it was 444119999. That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird. And then player distance was 2175, 5679, 2. Yes, 2175. 781, 910, 5729. I'm just comparing these numbers here on the client side and the server side. 1237, 3821, 2760. Okay. Those are looking pretty good. Looking pretty good there. Okay. I'm going to shoot my brother a text here. Oh my goodness. Come on, I don't want to... Okay. There we go. All right. So things are working pretty well now. Okay, so here's the problem I'm just realizing now. So I had this great idea. It was going to be a brilliant idea to use a 16-bit integer to represent our position of our mouse cursor inside of our play area. So I was going to use a 16-bit integer to represent a signed 16-bit integer to say, okay, the width of our radius, the radius of our play area circle here is 32,767 units. Okay. So that was going to be the thing. Like we were going to say, okay, all the way out, you could go all the way out to here, and that would be 32,000. But what happens if you go over? So if technically we'd overflow, right? We'd overflow back down to negative 32,768. But the problem is, so that works for like packing the numbers into a really tight space. But if we go out of bounds, there's no way to know that we went out of bounds because the number would overflow technically. As soon as I go out of bounds, now my whatever, like let's for example set this up here. Let's do, I can get rid of this, maybe get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, I guess. Probably don't need that. So let's open up our play area code here on the server. So the play area object is the object that kind of represents the boundary circle in our code, this circle. So we set the width of that circle in units to be 2 to the 16th, 2 to the 16 divided by 2 minus 1, which would give us 32,767. Which would be the maximum signed 16-bit integer. If I know my numbers correctly here. So we do 2 to the 16, gives us 65,536. Divide by 2, 32,768. Minus 1, we get 32,767. So that should be our max, our radius of our play area, according to what I wanted to do now. But I'm starting to think that maybe that's kind of a stupid idea. Because if we overflow, if we go out of bounds, we overflow. And then there's no way to know, like, because we just don't have the data. We just don't have the high enough resolution to know if we went out of bounds. So let's just test this out for example here. So check in play, check in play inter. We don't care about that. Cursor in play. So let's valid cursor drag moved. Maybe this will get with the rule set instead. Check hit could emit play area boundary broken. So let's do this. Let's do position. Let's add a thing here called this dot pose buff, I guess, equals new int, or int, no, this would be int 16 array, and it's going to be a 2 element int 16 array. So 4 bytes, 2 16-bit elements. So this will be our X and our Y position. So we create that, and then that should just be initialized to zeros, have as zeros right now, I think. So let's set this, check in play. I don't really care about that, about doing anything in there, but we are going to take this dot pose buff 0 is going to equal math dot round p dot x. Let's do that. And then I don't even really know why I'm doing this. We don't really need to do this. Do it this way. And then what happens if I CLG this dot pose buff? Or I guess pose buff 0 and this dot pose buff. Well, I guess what I want to do is just show what happens when we overflow. Okay. By using an actual our actual byte array here. So if we go into a single player mode, okay, this isn't working. All right, something's going on here. I wonder if let's CLG P. How about that first? Oh, that's the problem. P.pose, that's what I need to do. P.pose.x. Yes, that's the problem. P.pose.y. All right, so we should see we're having these nice 16-bit integers here. Why are they so... Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. No. That's not what we need to convert these back to... We need to math.round p.pose.x divided by canvas wrapper.sizes.pixels per unit. This is what we need to do. So we need to convert the pixel value back into units, round it, and then that will give us our 16-bit integer unit position. Yes. Okay, this looks a lot better now. So it's kind of hard to see, but in the console there, it's spitting out a bunch of numbers. And like as we approach here, why are these negative? Okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on here. This is not right. The Real Fruitcakes just subscribed. The Real Fruitcakes. Thank you very much for the sub. I really appreciate that. And yes, your name is now showing up there as the latest sub. Awesome. Just glad that thing's working properly there. Yeah, again, the real fruitcakes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Really do. I'm sorry, the real fruitcakes, that I don't really have any good subscriber things yet. I really need to crack down and get on that. He's lying. He doesn't actually appreciate it. That's true. I don't. I'm just kidding. I do. I do. Retro MMO. Good to see you in the chat. I was afraid you were... Well, Retro MMO. Today, is this... I mean, I haven't been around in a few days because of Thanksgiving and whatnot, and I suppose you haven't either. But is today your first day streaming full time now? Oh, hang on a second. My brother is calling me now. One moment, please. All right, I am back. Retro started last Wednesday. Nice. Yeah, I guess I remember it was on Monday or Tuesday. You said was the last day or whatever, your last official work day. So nice. Everybody should check out Retro MMO. He's working on stuff that's way cooler than what I'm working on. An actual MMO. Believe it or not, that's what he's working on. I know it's hard to believe that his name is Retro MMO and that how could he possibly be working on an MMO? IDK, man, my game has like no bubbles. It's kind of lame. It's true. Everything's better with bubbles, isn't it? Yes. So are you Retro? Did you finish streaming for the day? Are you going to start streaming? Or are you streaming right now? I kind of forgot. I was kind of like, oh, I fell asleep right before your stream. So you were sleep schedule is whack. Yeah, so you started streaming at like 2 a.m. then, huh? Something like that. Yep. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I was going to say this morning, I was like, where's Retro? And I was like, oh, yeah. I forgot. He is He's not cranking the day job anymore. So that's awesome. That's awesome though, man. Okay, well, what we were looking at here is not right. I don't know why. Like, this shouldn't be going this direction. Is not negative. So I don't know why it's going negative as we go this direction. Oh, wait a minute. Now we're going negative again. X. Wait, we're getting close to 0. Oh, come on. Okay, so we're at 16,000 X when we're kind of in the center there, which is not right. It should be 0x. As we go this way, we go up to 20,000, then we go up to 32, and then we flip negative, don't we? Look at that. Okay, so that's the problem. We overflow like way out here. Now Y, 32,745, and then we flip back around negative. Am I just crazy? Like, what if, okay, so I probably am. I probably have no idea what I'm doing. It's kind of the usual thing. Wait, maybe am I not even doing this right? Let's just print these numbers here every time. What are we doing here? Retro. I am, oh, now that is way wrong. What? Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. And I was just trying to prove that I was wrong, or that this was a bad idea. Now I can't even, like, do that. Yeah, so what I'm looking at, Retro, is trying to fit my mouse positions, my general unit space for the radius of, so for example, you know, like my server has to have, like, generate the bubble positions and everything in kind of like a generic unit space, right? Like a generic X and Y that doesn't really mean anything because the server doesn't know about pixels, you know. The two clients could have totally different screen sizes and whatever, so the actual pixel size is something completely different. So I was trying to turn my pixel positions, or my unit space, into like a 16-bit integer. So that would give us like a radius. That would give us like like a signed 16-bit integer. So that would give us like a radius of, you know, so if our center of our circle is 0, 0, 0x, 0y, our radius of our circle, so this should, in theory, be 32,767 x along the x-axis. But I was trying to demonstrate that that was a bad idea, because if I'm trying to use that whole space as a 16-bit integer, if you go outside of that, if you go outside of the boundary now, that doesn't do you any good, because we went outside, and our 16-bit integer would just overflow back to negative. It'd go from negative 32,767 to, or go from 32,767, then flip back around to negative 32,768 or whatever. Which wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good. We wouldn't want that. because I need to be able to, the server needs to be able to calculate when the player goes outside of the boundary. So this is making me think that I should just do like a floating point number. Like let's just say like a 32-bit float. Like so let's just say the width of our circle is 1 unit. And we're somewhere between 1 and, so the center of our circle will be 0, 0, 0x, 0y. And the radius of our circle would be 1. So this would be 1x. We'd be at 1x, 0y right here. We'd be at negative 1x, 0y down here. We'd be at 1x, or 0x, 1y here. And 0x, negative 1, 1.0, negative 1.0. So I'm thinking maybe that's probably actually what we want to do. So JavaScript has the floating point. So what is that called? It's called new float. Is it float 32? Float 32 array. Yes. So we can do that. We can just do 2 of those. But I want to know why I was trying to prove why using a 16-bit integer was bad, and now I can't even like do that because I really have no idea what I'm doing, I guess. Let's try this quick. Let's do another console log where we're going to console log p.pose.x. p.pose.x. Okay, so let's try this here. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so I'm printing 2 things here. But otherwise, retro MMO. No new game modes today. You know, it was a long Thanksgiving weekend for me, so no new game modes today. Just taking it a little slower. Okay, so this is not right either. What? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, this is pixels. Okay, this is pixels. Wait a minute. Pixels? Oh, I'm dividing pixels per unit. Oh, I'm doing this backwards. Right? I can't do math right now. I'm temporarily I'm doing this backwards. That's the problem. Because pixels per unit would be pixels divided by units. But I need to do, yes, I need to do it like, okay. That's my problem. Okay, that's cool. That's right. That's correct, I think. We don't need this anymore. Let's do this. Okay, that was just a giant brain fart on my end there. So now play. Okay, what am I not doing here now? Okay. I just have no idea what's going on. Where's my helper file here? Helper pixel pose. Oh, I could have just. Oh, that's right. It's got to be. Okay. It's not that simple. Wow. And I really have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, never mind. Forget I did anything like that. Okay. We need to do const pose units. We need to do helper dot pixel pose 2 units, p dot pose, and then we could do round. We could do pose units dot x, pose units dot y. Okay. All right. So now let's look. And again, all of this is just to prove that I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway. Okay, so now when we go to the center of our circle, we should be getting close to 0, 0. Right? Am I right here? There we go. Yeah. Okay. So now as we go this way, we should be getting close to 32,767. Here's the problem. And then the time runs out right as I'm about to do it. So this is the big problem. We're going 32,767, and then we're going to overflow to negative 32,000 as soon as we go outside of this, right? Now we're at negative 32,000 as soon as we are outside of the circle. So that's completely useless. Like that would be technically valid if we go up outside of the corner here, but we're basically operating inside of like this square. And as soon as I go out here, we overflow to the other side. So that's not helpful at all, because the server would then never be able to know if you go outside of the circle or not. There'd have to be some sort of way to specify space outside of our boundary circle. Which is a problem. So that's why I'm thinking now let's just do a floating point number where this is 1, this is 0, this is negative 1. And then if you go greater than 1, then you're outside of the circle. If you go less than negative 1, then you're outside of the circle. I feel like that's going to be the best way to do it. All right, so at least we know everything's working. I was just doing bad math. So I guess let's try. Let's just see what happens if we do. Now that we added all that nice stuff to our configuration file, this nice little get units thing, maybe what we can do is we can do, instead of math.round, we just do this times this, and then we could just change our play area radius units. We just change that to 1.0. So this is our 16-bit thing. Instead here we just do 1.0. And then now, wait, I'm not printing anything anymore. Okay, let's get rid of this. Oh, okay. So now let's do the float 32 array just for kicks. So we'll do float 32 array. So position buffer, float 32 array, two elements, an x and a y position. And then we'll do pose units equals pixel pose 2 units, p dot pose. Pixel pose 2 units. Yeah, okay, so that should be fine. And then we should really see, I think this is all we need. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, we've got a problem here. Big problem with that. Okay, never mind. Never mind retro. We've got a new game mode right here. Not sure what it's called, but something about the bubbles going to the edges of the circle. Let's try that again here. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so now we've got some sort of rounding error thing here. They are in orbit. Yes. Okay, so now wait a minute. I thought I didn't do... Where are we doing... Let's search in the entire math.round bubble. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Bubble helper math.round play area. Yeah, I guess technically that is our... Because when we generate random bubble positions, we round them to the nearest integer. And that's... So in other words, we're trying to do a floating point number of 1 to -1, but we're rounding to 1, or sorry, 1, -1, or 0. And then... That's why we're ending up with these positions that are either 1, -1, or 0. We're rounding to like the nearest integer when we're trying to use like some sort of floating point number between 0 and -1. Okay. So I guess then what I need to do is go to the bubble.js file and just look at that real quick. The bubble create method. And where are we there? Bubble create practice and create. Oh, it would be create practice, right? Yes, where we have these math.rounds. So the rand negative number is fine. The rand x is the problem. Ooh, random integer. Okay. Okay, this is tricky. This is tricky here. Because I do so much setup that's based upon integers. But now we don't want that at all. We want floating point numbers. And I guess that was why I did all of that, maybe, the integer thing. Because back then I was thinking like, okay, It's interesting. Okay. Oh, all right. So I'm a little stymied, I'll admit. I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm really not too sure. I do know I'm starting to get pretty hungry, though. I skipped lunch. Had a couple peanuts. A few peanuts. You don't just eat it. You don't just eat a couple peanuts. I mean, that'd be kind of ridiculous, you know? So I had a few peanuts, I'll say. Yes. I think we might be starting to wrap the stream up now because my head is spinning a little bit. Retro MMO, eat. You always come in clutch with the bits, Retro. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Eat. Yes. I do think I need to eat. Yeah, so today was a little crazy. Today, we'll just recap the day here a little bit, and then we will, we'll see about dropping a raid here, something like that. So, man, it was I had kind of a crazy weekend. Had some family over for Thanksgiving, the American holiday. For those of you who aren't from the land I call home. Yeah, WTF, you have so many viewers. Yes. Yeah, yes. There were, I got rated very graciously by BeginBot and White Panther. So that was very, very, very nice of them. I appreciate that very much. Tons of follows, tons of just crazy. Dennis from Peru. Nice. Retro MMO. I rated BeginBot this morning. Awesome. Pain, it comes full circle, I guess. Goes full circle. Although I can't really raid you right now, I guess, if you're not online, Retro. So, the circle of life. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so it was a holiday weekend this past weekend-ish, and it was great. It was relaxing. Spend a lot of time with some family, and But I came back this morning a little, my head just a little spinning everywhere. So BeginBot's stream is ridiculous if you haven't already seen it. I have not seen BeginBot's stream at all, but I will have to check it out. I will have to check it out for sure. I've definitely heard of BeginBot. I've seen BeginBot's name mentioned in my suggested whatever. But again, I just... Whoops. Haven't gone and shared... That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant to say. I just haven't gone exploring the development side of Twitch too often. But yes, I will have to check out BeginBot for sure. Yeah, so this morning we started out with just the simple thing. We were going to try to fix the issue where we were at the end of the stream on Tuesday. We added in kind of rate limiting the mouse updates we were sending to the server from the client for multiplayer. So we made it so that our clients are now only sending updates, input updates to the server every 1/60th of a second. Every 60 times every second, let's just say. So we did that at the end of the day Tuesday, and I found a bug because of that, because sometimes if you click, the click might actually register as being outside of a bubble. So I think we got that taken care of today, or at least as good enough as we needed to. So it took us a little bit to actually get to that, to taking care of that. But we did. Nonetheless, we still got to that. So that was great. We otherwise... there was another issue we fixed in this morning. Oh, with the counters. So there was something broken with the counters. The score counters would not go down, would not count, or sorry, at the end, the stat calculation in a multiplayer game, and it would send the stats to both players. It wasn't counting any negative, any time a player made a mistake and went back. So it just kept counting duplicate pops of bubbles. So that was something that was the first thing we fixed today, because I happened to notice that right away. So we're kind of getting there. We just started looking at minimizing now our the amount of data we're sending to the server. So I'd like to continue with that tomorrow. Maybe we'll even get all of that wrapped up tomorrow. I would hope so. So again, for anyone who's new, which the vast majority of you are probably new to my stream, because you graciously have stuck around from BeginBot's stream and or White Panther's stream. I really appreciate that. But I stream Mondays and Tuesdays morning. I start in the morning, 10 a.m. my time. That is Central Standard Time. So I do Mondays and Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Central Standard, and I usually stream for 6.5 to 8 hours. We're right at about 6.5 hours right now. But I think I'm cutting it off at 6.5 because I'm just a little hungry, and I had kind of a crazy weekend, so I just kind of need to. Yeah, my head's just a little spinny. I'm not thinking super clearly right now. So, but I'm pretty sure tomorrow we'll come back tomorrow morning, and we'll be as good as gold. Let's just say. And I've been trying to do some Thursday night streams. This past Thursday night did not do a stream because that was Thanksgiving Day over here in America. Or I should say the United States of America. But this coming Thursday, we will perhaps be doing a stream. I'd like to try to do Thursday night streams and try to make that more of a thing, but that's not on my official stream schedule. For right now, it's just Mondays and Tuesdays. Retro MMO, do it. The camera's not focusing. Yes, I would like to do it. We'll see. We'll see. But everyone should check out Retro MMO because he's working on a MMO from scratch in the browser. It's pretty cool. And he's doing it full time now, so you got to support him. Nice. And I need to come up with some sub emotes and that sort of thing, and bits icons and stuff and bunch of whatever. I need to come up with all that sort of good stuff, and I'm lazy and I haven't done it. So we'll have that coming at some point. The camera is not focusing now. That happened this morning too. It like just would not focus after. It wouldn't focus after a little bit. Nope. Yep, there we go. There it is. All right. So, yeah, we got some good stuff done today. Maybe not as much as I would have liked, but I think good enough for having kind of a crazy weekend and just having to get my mind back wrapped into all the stuff we have been doing. But otherwise, I mean, I think we're getting pretty close to like our actual first multiplayer release. So that's pretty exciting. I think we are closing in on that. So that is exciting. Did I just say that? Did I just say that it's exciting? And I just duplicated myself. Can't wait to play against Weemy. It's fair because we're both colorblind. Nice. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so I think I'm going to be shutting everything down now. So I guess we'll go drop a raid real quick here. Kind of pay it forward.
Yo! Pockets is hooking you up with free bits on Twitch when you buy any flavor of Hot Pockets with new and improved crust. You should always stream on a full stomach. It's raining Twitch bits! Just head to hotpocketsforbits.com to add the card to your mobile wallet and scan your receipt.
Yeah, not Doug. Not Doug.
Let's do a. That's not what I wanted to hit. Where's. All right. Come on. Where's the science and technology thing? Anybody doing any game dev that's not using an engine? Hot Pockets. Who's Hot Pockets? Hot Pockets? Actually, I think I just saw Hot Pockets, but let's see. There was a Hot Pockets ad. Nice. Okay. I thought you meant a user Hot Pockets, and I was like, that sounds kind of familiar. But okay, I'm clearly out of my mind. All right, come on, science and technology. Oh.
Oh, that's easy. To change, wait, can't I actually? Yes, I can. Const int state change 16. Wait, oh, int state change 16. Yeah, most of these actually should not be constant, except for this last one. That's probably where I got it from.
All right, here's a guy, Melchizedek 6809. He's doing a game in C. I like that. I like that. So I guess we can drop in and say hi there to Melchizedek 6809. Looks like he's doing it from scratch, so that's cool. Custom engine, he says in the title. I like that. I like that. Maybe I'll learn something because I want to do stuff in C too at some point, or at least build a game in C. So, all right. For now, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. I think we found somebody we're gonna raid, Melchizedek 6809. Looks like he's from Germany. So we'll see if I can. I don't remember how to raid. Let's figure that out quick. Retro MMO, have a nice night. Hey, thanks, you too, man. We'll see you in the next one. Hopefully I'll catch one of your streams. But if you're streaming at 2 a.m., I don't know how often I'll catch you.
Alright, so I want a random value.
Okay.
State ticks. Yeah. Wait, ticks gets incremented every time the animal.
All right, so I'll probably stream in like 30 minutes. Nice. All right, well, you'll see me over there, Retro, for sure.
I think I should.
All right, well, thanks again, everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay, wait, I gotta.
Otherwise, we'll see you over at Retro's chat, in Retro's chat, in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Or something like that. All right. We're going to start this raid on Melchizedek 6809. We are starting the raid. And then I have to do 9 viewers are ready to raid. 20 viewers are ready to raid. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Okay, OX2 also 30.
Raid now. All right. We're raiding. Bye, everyone. See you guys next time.